Okay, let's see if everybody's in here. We'll give it a minute because I just hit live, and we do have an emergency CobraCast, ladies and gentlemen. Emergency CobraCast. I want to thank my boy Gary from Nerdrotic for letting me know this was going on. But we currently have the cringiest thing you're ever going to see happening, but it's important to cover this stuff, okay? It's important to cover this stuff when it's happening. This is happening right now, all right? Geeks and Nerds for Harris. Geeks and Nerds for Harris. You're getting a bunch of loser celebrities getting together to cry about Donald Trump. And we have to cover this cringe because these people are trying everything they can to stop Donald Trump because they are scared to death. They're terrified of Donald Trump. Listen to all of these idiots. Listen. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Where were we at? Listen to these idiots.
Democratic and it's un-American. And lastly, because I do talk a lot, I'll try not to continue too long. The word freedom means something to me. It's not the meaning that it's suddenly become, which is the freedom to say, get the F off my lawn. Freedom means something. Freedom is a way.
I am gonna interrupt you.
Yeah, that's the Supernatural cast. Cory Booker. Like this is insane.
Because we have to share with folks some things that they can do to actually maintain this freedom and get activated here.
Register to vote. Register to vote. Get involved in everything that's local. Look and see and find the best person for the job. For me, it's Harrison Waltz.
Yes, absolutely. I want to tell you guys, everybody who's watching right now, that this is part telethon fundraiser, and we have to knock it out of the park. We have to collectively show that geeks and nerds really do put their fingers on the scale. So collectively, as a tribe here, the boys / Supernatural casts and producers have put up a match of $35,000 that we are challenging you who are watching right now at home.
So essentially everything that these idiots are saying right now, we're just going to flip it. We're going to flip it in terms of like, well, this is what we have to do to get Trump elected. So every single thing that these clowns are saying, that's what we're going to say. We're just going to say, well, we just need to do that to get Trump elected. So that's the whole thing we're going to do right here. We're going to laugh at these cringe idiots. All right. And then everything that they claim they need to do to get Harris elected, that's what we Trump supporters need to do to make sure Trump gets elected.
You're all geeks and nerds too. So we're in this together. We're asking you to go right now to Geeks for Harris, and it's the number.
So you can just go. You can go to geeksandgamers.com, or you can just go to my YouTube channel or wherever, because they want you to send them money. Is essentially what they're trying to do. They're trying to grift.
What is the link that we're going to? geeksforharris.org, and click on the Take Action tab, and then navigate to donate. And if you've already made a donation, because this has been running for a little while, go do it again. Make another donation. You can make as many donations as you want. We're the Earth heroes, so donate on that side so that we come out ahead.
Misha, I'm in both. I hate to tell you, I'm on both bets.
Space can suck it.
Hey, hold on. I was in Battlestar. Give me a break.
No, we're going to crush space. Earth is
That's half my work gone.
Do you want to talk about pledging to vote?
Oh yeah. It's there's a checklist of to-dos that to get you involved, things that you can kind of check off to make sure that you are doing everything you can to stay involved. One of those things on the checklist is to make sure that you are to make sure that you're registered to vote. Because even if you think that
so if you're a Trump supporter out there, then you need to make sure you're registered to vote. Okay, so again, everything that they're telling you to do from the Harris perspective, just do that from the Trump perspective. So thank you for giving us the thank you for giving us all of the advice to get Trump elected.
You may not be. If you moved, there's a lot of things that happen that we're not entirely sure of. Just go one more time. Make sure you're registered to vote wherever it is that you are. There's another thing on that list. Anybody want to?
Kim, Kim,
do you want to talk about this?
Oh, Kim is the kind of person that needs a plan. I have lots of really fun ideas, and then when it comes time to do them, I panic and startle easily. And so I suggest suggest that you know where your polling place is if you want to vote in person, that you know when your ballot is due if you want to vote
remember
by
that,
mail,
Trump supporters.
you
Remember
know
that. Remember
where,
that, Trump
how, and look
supporters.
at the entire ballot. Look at all of this.
Yeah,
because
down
it
ballot
all matters. Every
Republicans.
single bit of
Down
this
ballot
matters. So make a
Republicans.
plan.
Yep. Good idea. Good idea.
A lot of times people will ask us like, what?
Yes, that's Jensen
Guys,
Ackles.
I'm gonna be
That
the
is
cameraman.
Jensen.
Hold on for a minute, just one second.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
What is it that we can do? And one thing that you can do is make sure that you donate, make sure that you check your
Yeah,
registration.
make sure you
status.
give them
Actually, I
money.
put
No,
together
you
a
give
little
me money.
whiteboard
Give
here.
me money.
If you
Give Trump money.
If you text me at that number, can you see it, people? Can you see it? If you text me at that number, just the word vote, you'll automatically be taken to a page that will check your voter registration status. And that is a very important step. So please do that.
I will also say on top of what Ken was saying,
Might adjust the.
come up with a plan. What Alon was saying, check your voter registration, but then share this information with your family and friends. Check in with other people. Make sure that other people know this information. Tell your friends, make it a point to tell 3 other people, family and/or friends, neighbors, whomever. Tell them to check their registration. Tell them to come up with a voting plan, because what helps is the energy of organizing. The knocking on doors counts tremendously. The big
Hey,
phone
knock
call
on
to family or
doors
friend
and
helps
tell people to vote
tremendously.
for Trump.
Keep the energy.
Knock
keep
on
the
doors
information,
and tell people to vote
share
for
it,
Trump.
keep
Thank
it
you,
going,
guys.
and
Thank
let's
you.
move as a movement.
And
You're-
with that,
hey.
I'd like to sing a song. Sorry.
All together now.
That's actually not a microphone. Jensen, why is it that you're here?
Eric said there would be free tequila, so I should. No, I'm here. Listen, there's a variety of reasons. There's a long list of reasons. I think Mark went through all of them. But for me, I have 2 young daughters and I have a young son, and it's the message to them that is the most important to me right now.
I agree, Jensen Ackles. I 100% agree with you that it is very important that if you have children to make sure that you vote for Donald Trump. Thank you, Jensen Ackles.
And when you look at the 2 candidates, there really isn't. There's just no question.
I agree.
Of
Donald
who
Trump.
I want to be on the right side of history with.
Donald Trump.
But for my kids. So.
And Jim, Marine veteran.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to all of you out there who are veterans or families of veterans, my fellow Marines, airmen, sailors, soldiers, Coast Guardies. When I signed up, just as when you signed up, we took an oath to protect, preserve, and defend the Constitution of the United States
Here we go.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic. In this country, we've done a really good job over the last 250 years.
Does anyone want to tell this clown that Donald Trump has the heavy majority of veterans and law enforcement, first responders, and military in general? Like, does anyone want to tell him that?
Of protecting the Constitution from foreign enemies, but we have to be just as vigilant about domestic enemies. I am here because I truly believe that the Harris-Walz Democratic platform and position is the only source of protection for this Constitution. The people on the other side have made no secret that they plan to alter, to change, to even eliminate the Constitution.
What?
And that's not
What?
what I signed up for.
What the fuck
So
are you
I
talking
call on
about?
all veterans and all their families to support the Constitution and
What?
to do so by voting
What
blue
are you
and
talking
getting
about?
out the blue vote.
Yeah.
God.
Ruth and Rob, you,
Regardless of how cringe this is, it's necessary to show you what these people are willing to do. They're willing to lie. They're willing to do anything they can to stop Donald Trump because they're scared of Donald Trump because they know that he will make America great again. They know that he is going to destroy all of this DEI initiative bullshit. He's going to stop the endless wars. Okay. He's going to give people individuality again. And they hate that. They hate that people actually might be able to make a life for themselves.
Made a sacrifice by serving his country. You've made a sacrifice by getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning in Scotland right now. Thank you for being with us. What would you like to say?
Well, I grew up in Scotland, but I became an American last year, became a citizen. And I can't believe that it's taken America this long to get a woman in charge. I grew up under Maggie Thatcher. We never had a problem with a woman in charge, and I'm all for women in charge. So come on.
I just piggyback on what everyone has said. You know, when Biden so unselfishly bowed out of the race, and Kamala, he said he did so because he put country first above himself, and Kamala follows in those footsteps. I want to be with someone who puts our country first, not themselves first. So I'm so happy to be here. So please, everybody, get out and vote.
All right, everyone. That's it for
hostage video. Now, look, there's a lot. So there's been a lot of people on this stream already, and there's more to come. Okay.
And Supernatural. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Senator.
Isn't
Booker.
Jensen going to sing "Eye of the Tiger"? I thought he was going to sing "Eye of the Tiger." Come on.
Put up, Senator.
Come on.
Eye of the tiger is the thrill of the fight. It's the botulism of your vote.
Yeah. So that's what it's like to hang out with Jensen. Anyway, thank you, everyone. Donate. Go to Geeks for Harris.
Please
go to geeksandgamers.com. Geeksandgamers.com. Thank you for the shout out, guys. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much. And let's get to work. Let's get Harrison Walls elected. And thank you very much.
God.
Thank you. Hey everybody, this is Derek from Torrance. I'm a pinball geek for Harris. This year we cannot simply stand by while our democracy goes right down the drain. We've got to get engaged, stay active, get hands-on, and do a little nudging to affect the outcome of this election. Together, we can slam tilt Trump and hand Harris Walls a jackpot victory in November. Thank you. Hey everybody, this is Derek from
Well, we heard a lot from our fictional heroes, but your activism, your vote, and your donations can make us all actual heroes in this quest. As Misha said, this is the opportunity for geeks and nerds to get our voices out there. And as you just heard from him, to sweeten the deal, Misha and the boys in Supernatural are matching up to $35K of your donations for Earth Heroes. So just do it now. Go to geeksforharris.org and donate now. Lindy, how are we doing on intelligence?
I am so excited to say that Earth Heroes is up to $27,000, guys. Wasim, what are you gonna do?
Well, so space is only at 95K, and listen, I can't have that. This has gotten personal.
Oh, Harley Dave, I don't, but it's necessary. We have to cover this because we have to see the bullshit that these weirdos are up to. This is horrible.
Personal for me. So we're gonna.
This is why I keep saying, man, Republicans, conservatives, they need to reach out to the nerds, man. You need to reach out to the nerds.
Same thing for Space Explorers. If you donate in this next segment, my wife and I will personally match up to $100,000 that you donate. So go smash that donate button. Let's get the Space Explorers back in the lead.
Thank you. And I just want to say a thank you to the cast of The Boys for offering to match Earth Heroes. We deeply appreciate you. And we have to do everything we can to step up. We only have 43 days left until the election. Trump and his cronies are going to spend billions of dollars burying our positive message. So please do whatever you can. And
this is called desperation, ladies and gentlemen. So you've got a bunch of Hollywood celebrities getting together, calling it Geeks and Nerds for Harris. If you're just tuning in, they're calling it Geeks and Nerds for Harris, and they're pulling all of their loser celebrities out there so that they can try and show you how desperate they are, because this is truly desperation right now because they know Trump has all the momentum.
And we're throwing it to the next segment. Thank you so much, guys.
Hello, everyone. I'm honored to join Linda Carter and so many friends on the Geeks and Nerds for Harris Wallace call. Star Trek fans and all of our collective fandoms are a passionate bunch. Indeed, if not for our fans, Star Trek might have been canceled after just 2 seasons. A Save Star Trek campaign flooded NBC with thousands of letters and phone calls, urging them not to cancel us. Thanks to that, we were extended for another season. Who knows where we would be today without that passionate activism? Star Trek challenges us to dream of a better future where freedom and progress flourish. And we know that America cannot afford another Trump presidency. So it's time for our fans to step up again, to vote blue up and down the ballot, and to volunteer to write letters and postcards to voters.
So again, everything they're saying, just take that in, flip it in reverse, and apply that to Donald Trump and the Republicans. That's what you do in this situation. Everything they're saying, just so again, thank you, George Takei. Thank you for telling us how to support Donald Trump and the Republican Party. Thank you.
In this next segment, you'll learn how to write effective letters to voters, urging them to vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you so much for joining this important call, and may we all live long and prosper.
Oh my.
Hi, everyone. Hi, I am so excited to join you tonight. My name is Nia Benthal. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the director of mobilization at Vote Forward, an organization that is working this election cycle to write 10 million letters to easy.
All right, let's get past her.
Or you can do that, and we're trying to see in places and that
we want to watch some cringe celebrities.
To control votes, be it or with an first-hand writers because too much right over this is real.
Oh my God, how long are you talking? Oh no.
Hello, friends, both human and alien. My name is Bayo. I cannot vote on this planet, but if I could vote, I would vote for Vice President Harris. Earth needs a leader who is both kindly and strong, and also not all unhinged and stuff like that other guy. Vice President Harris can help to heal the climate, and the world, and the galaxy. Bayo is asking you to vote for Vice President Harris, sending the healing hand vibes to anyone who needs them right now. Thank you.
What? Now they're doing political science theater instead of mysteries. Oh my God. Oh, this is so bad.
Well, thank you very much. They actually told me you could speak for an hour and a half. So 30 minutes. He didn't like the way I looked, I guess.
No one does.
1.3 million workers have become unemployed in the past 12 months. I don't know if anybody knows.
I had 23 million workers become unemployed.
Meaning 65% of households.
Wait. Do you guys think that you're actually hurting Trump by showing Trump and letting people hear Trump? Because that's not going to help you at all. Playing Donald Trump speaking is only going to help Donald Trump.
Are locked out of buying just an ordinary house. Gasoline prices, grocery prices, electricity prices, mortgage rates.
Grandpa,
everything else are up.
Grandpa, this is the bus stop. Put that back in your pants.
Are you calling Trump grandpa when your guy had to drop out because he was too old and he couldn't even function, and you're calling Trump grandpa? These guys are absolutely insane.
The real incomes from Hispanic men are down 6.6% or 3,000.
Wow, he can read off a prompter after all.
African Americans.
I think this prompter is the first time he's ever been monogamous with anything.
This total economic catastrophe. The borders are Kamala Harris.
He's talking about Rudy Giuliani's bank account.
To be reelected. She wants
it's like an arsonist came back to heckle the fire department cleaning up.
And she will try and get those things if she's elected.
This is so fucking bad. Holy crap.
And she may very well succeed in getting.
And being elected, yes, we're aware of that.
Her values haven't changed. That's what she wants. So,
Doctor, Grandpa's been like this for days now. Please help us.
Happen. Communism is the past. Freedom is the future. And it is time to send
Her speeches are written by Dalton Trumbo. I mean, come on, people.
California. And fleeing is the number one occupation.
Fling is the number one occupation? Yeah, what is fling? Is that like fling? I'd have some fling as an occupation.
With illegal aliens pouring in from
countries. Almost got it out. Good job.
They came in from countries that nobody heard the name of that country.
And I'm hiring them all.
From their
he needs some new material.
But they're working very hard despite being here.
Oh my God, this is so bad.
Yeah. That I not be your president. You don't like me.
Get him, Trump.
I can't stand. I can't stand no more.
Elon Musk.
Oh, Leon.
His complete and total endorsement. That's nice.
Like a fellow racist nepo baby.
He knows what he's doing.
When it comes to being creepy about Taylor Swift.
Honored to have been endorsed last week.
This is the worst one-person show I've ever seen.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. That was a great endorsement, and he's very much.
It was a huge news in the world of psychosis. It's great that literal pet eaters are crossing over to support Trump.
I know the smartest, the best people. We have the best people.
Trump is so funny. These guys are so stupid. Trump is so damn funny. Even while they're trying to make Trump look bad, Trump actually just looks awesome as always, because you can't make Trump look bad.
That's what you said about all the people you fired, wasn't it? And now I've got to go have Kamala Harris wipe the floor with me in a debate and leave an orange greasy trail on the stage floor.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Linda Carter now. It's Linda Carter.
I just wanted to. I don't know what just happened there, but
What?
yeah, I just wanted to. I don't know what just happened. Yeah, I just wanted to. I don't know what.
I can't stop watching that. I can't stop watching that.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I don't know what just happened there, but it sounded really kind of, what can I say? Weird? I just want to celebrate the woman who made this whole Zoom call movement possible, you know, to win with Black women founder Jokata Edie. Her friend and colleague, Holly Holiday, is joining us tonight because Jokata couldn't be with us. So, Holly, thank you so much for your leadership. And I know that Jokata is one of your great, great friends. And I thank you so much for your leadership and being with us tonight. Thank you so much for being here at the last minute. Welcome to this wonderful, fabulous thing. Please help us bring in the money and bring in the vote.
Yeah, well, listen, we're definitely here.
What the fuck was that? Bring in the money and bring in the vote. Oh God. Harley Dave says, how do I stay sane? Super chats.
Here to bring in the money, and you're right. I have been Zooming all night. This is just what Joteka and I do.
Joteka, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
bet
of
Oteka.
course.
I miss.
Yeah, it is
I
just what
blew that
Oteka
one time.
and I
I
do.
totally blew that. Will you forgive me? And will she forgive me? I blew it.
She
1,000%. I'm so sorry.
You all have to blame Gary. Okay, I just got done with Tuesday night's main event. Gary sends me a link and he goes, "Dude, what the fuck?" And he goes, "You need to be live right now." And I click on it and I'm going, "Oh my God, this is bad. This is terrible." So if you're mad that I'm putting you through this cruel and unusual punishment, as Final Halo said, you have to blame Gary, okay? Blame Gary.
Listen,
It's his fault.
This movement is not just about electing a great president.
Yeah.
This movement is about joy and love. And in joy and love, there is forgiveness and grace. So we extend all of that to you. And we're going to also extend a little bit of grace to all of those folks listening who haven't yet donated. You still got time. You still got time to make it happen. You still got time to weigh in. Listen, Black women raised $1.5 million in 100 minutes. I think you can do way better than that. So this is your chance to try. I love being a part of this community. I actually am a part of this community. I'm probably one of the geekiest people you ever want to meet. I'm fangirling over here over all the shows, both the Earth shows as well as the Heavenly shows. And I just want to say, in fact, it was the space shows and the science fiction genre that first acknowledged Black women's leadership in Lieutenant O'Hara.
Oh,
so we
no.
are continuing that with you tonight. Thank you so much for having us.
Audio broadcast in Zoom A.
They haven't.
Hey. Hey, everybody. The Nerd Avengers are here. We are so grateful to be included in this amazing event.
What?
And the Nerd Avengers
Nerd
started out as a concept of a plan. But we quickly realized that we each shared a passion for making America a stronger democracy, and that nothing could make that happen more effectively than the power of nerds united. So I'm going to kick things off by sharing my nerd origin story. I grew up as a book nerd. In fact, as a kid, I considered my superpower to be reading. As I got older, I became a science fiction nerd, and it was actually through watching Star Trek reruns that I learned what kind of society humanity had in it to create. That was the kind of society I wanted to live in. But in order to achieve it, we needed to believe in putting the needs of the many above our own. We had to value justice and creativity and community while leaving behind all of the things that divide us. It was through watching Star Trek that I developed one of my other superpowers, which is an unyielding belief in human goodness. Now, that belief has been severely tested over the last 9 years, but I'm absolutely convinced that it is best embodied by Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz, and it's through valuing and nurturing the goodness in all of us.
If this doesn't piss all of you off, like if this doesn't make you want to go support Donald Trump even more, I don't know what will. This has to be a massive, we have to make this a massive backfire for them. And if you're on the fence, hopefully this helps you get off the fence, and it helps you realize that these are the type of people. They are doing everything they can to make you think that Kamala Harris is actually an intelligent human being that can actually help the United States of America and be the leader of the world. These people are trying to make you believe that. And we all know that that's just not the case. We've seen her in situations she can't answer simple, basic questions. She can't. She even had Oprah, who couldn't even make her look good. She couldn't have Oprah Winfrey make her look good. She doesn't do press conferences. She doesn't do interviews. She's having to have the full power of the mainstream media, Hollywood, the Obama crime family, the Bush crime family, the Clinton crime family. All of these nonsensical politicians are doing everything they can to make her look good. She's an idiot. And now all of these fucking celebrities are out here trying to make her look good.
That we are going to be able to heal ourselves and our country. Over to you, Waj.
Assalamu alaikum, Linda Carter, Wonder Woman, and fellow nerds and geeks and freaks and everything in between. My superhero origin story. My name is Wajahat Ali. My parents named me Wajahat to blend. I grew up as a shy, left-handed, husky pants-wearing Muslim kid who couldn't speak English in the United States of America, and I unlocked the superpower of storytelling at a young age to survive bullies. And I unlocked the superpower of driving a minivan to survive middle age. And I'm here to imagine a new chapter in the American story, where a daughter of Black Indian immigrants will inshallah defeat a white supremacist criminal vulgarian and rise to be the first female commander-in-chief. I want to show my two beautiful brown-skinned daughters, Nusayba and Khadija, who also have a trisyllabic name like Kamala Harris, that America will move forward, not backward. And America can and will expand the tent to include and protect Haitians, Muslims, Jews, women, immigrants, LGBTQ+, and kittens and dogs. And may we also have justice for Marcellus Williams and his family, inshallah. Brian.
Thank you, Waj. I'm Brian Karam, your friendly neighborhood White House reporter. My nerd superpowers, critical thinking, or as my dad used to say, I have a great bullshit detector. I was born into a family of lawyers and politicians, yet my father was a car salesman. My mother, well, she was a morning show host and a local actress. So with that background, I learned bullshit at an early age. I was taught critical thinking, to push back against authority, and never accept anyone's political word without vetting the facts. During the 4 years of the Trump administration, he tried to take away my press pass 3 times. I beat him in court all 3 times. I and a few other reporters in the White House pushed back at him every chance we got. So it's my goal to inform the public. My firsthand experience tells me Trump is demented. We all know that one person can't save us, even if he says that he can. We know the solution, and it's us. Folks, vetted facts matter. Get out and get the vetted facts. Be a critical thinker. And at the end of the day, I just want to tell you, I ain't going back.
All right, Jen, down to you.
Hey, I'm Jen Taub, and my nerd superpower is law. I'm a law professor in Detroit, where I teach the skill of follow the money in my white-collar crime class. And no, it's not a how-to class. I went to law school because I'm an idealist, and I still believe that law can be a tool for social change. I believe that lawyers...
If you're just tuning in, this is the Geeks and Nerds for Harris organizing call. This is a bunch of loser celebrities coming together and lying about Donald Trump, lying about what's going on, trying to make people think that Kamala Harris is actually a good candidate. And Mark Hamill was on it earlier. You had the cast of Supernatural, including Jensen Ackles was on it. We just saw George Takei on it. Linda Carter is organizing this. And there's more that I haven't even seen yet that are involved in this. This is called pure desperation is what this is called. This is called pure desperation because Donald Trump is winning. Donald Trump is dominating, and they can't slow down the Trump train. But we have to act like we're down 28-3 because that is the attitude we have to have moving forward. We are down 28-3. This is the Super Bowl. We're the Patriots. They're the Falcons. Sorry to my Falcons fans, but we are the Patriots, and we are down 28-3, and that has to be our mentality as we get to the November election.
Can be superheroes, and sadly, lawyers can also be supervillains. Hey, Bill Barr, I'm looking at you. Remember, it was the lawyers who rushed into the airports and set up offices in food courts to help stranded travelers and stop Donald Trump's first Muslim ban. And it will be the lawyers who help block this plan that Georgia has to force us to have ballots counted by hand on election day. I believe lawyers can and will.
That's your selling point. Okay,
Donald, and save America by any means necessary. Over to you, Mary.
The Nerd Avengers came here tonight to be with you, my fellow nerds and geeks, because we all believe deeply that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent our best chance to create the kind of future we all deserve in a country with a level playing field that's a true democracy in which all of us and all of our children have the opportunity to be whatever we can dream of. Live long and prosper, go boldly, and vote, vote, vote. Thank you. Peace out. I am pleased to welcome tonight Andy Brackmerrill, who's debuting a special song written just for this awesome occasion.
Oh no. Oh
Thanks,
no.
guys.
Oh no. Oh no.
All Americans, thank you. Mary, I just want to, I want to say to you, thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate you so much. I have such an affection. And thank you for that great run up to this beautiful music. But I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your voice. You have been in my heart and in my mind for a very long time. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And here we go. Here we go. This is this my turn to say this? Oh, okay. Sorry. All of them. Oh, I'm so too excited that I got to see Mary. All Americans are such good people, and so many have been fooled by the gold leaf. You know, Americans are solid gold, and we have to look at the facts. We need justice, not alternative facts. When Kamala says do something, it's like what you're doing right now, tuning in here, right here with us, to learn how you can get out there for good. You know, it is that. It is you. It is being outside of, it's outside here, and it's being in the street, and it's talking to people, and it's getting to vote, and it's listening, taking your precious time to do what you're doing right now. We need your money. We need your money, and we need your vote. So this next performer knows a thing or two about variety shows. You may remember him fondly.
This is tough, man.
From the Brack Show. Please give a warm welcome to the iconic, the super duper, the amazing and fabulous, iconic, Andy Brack Merrill. I love you.
I love you too.
I just can't get over it. I get to talk to you. I can't get over it.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
In the heart of my bottom. Thank you to the 15,000 people that followed on Twitter. So here, I'm singing a song. So take your medicine. Okay, here we go.
What?
You'd think we know the difference between good and bad. Too many are willingly bamboozled, and it's sad. Do I want my favorite toy or a bag of broken glass? Some will choose the glass because of the chokehold on air. But so we gotta choose joy and not hate. If we made that choice together, it'd be great. Let's stand up and get the let out to control our fate. Gotta choose joy and not hate. Gotta choose joy and not hate. Let's all support each other. It's never ever shady. Be you trusted family member or a childless cat lady. We must show up in droves and vote like hell. We need to defeat the crappy old man with the diaper smell. So we gotta choose joy and not hate. If we made that choice together, it'd be great. Let's get out there and canvas, do it state by state. 'Cause we gotta choose joy and not hate. We gotta choose joy and not hate. Now, I'm not gonna vote like any other sucker because we can never go back to that crazy former president. Instead of voting for all the chaos and him, let's all get out and vote for Kamala and Tim. No, we gotta choose joy and not hate. If we make that choice together, it'd be great. We've got now until November 5th. It's not too late. We gotta choose joy and not hate. Hey, we gotta choose joy and not hate. Everybody, we gotta choose joy and not hate. I'ma keep running 'cause the winner don't quit on herself. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Vote. We got 6 weeks.
Yeah, baby. We got 6 weeks. Andy.
This is the greatest thing that's ever happened to Donald Trump. That is going to be clipped. That is going to go viral. That's going to be viral. That's the what is happening right now? What is happening? That was meant to make Donald Trump look bad. That was meant to make Donald Trump look bad. What the fuck is happening right now? Chat in slow mode. I can't believe what I just witnessed. I truly can't believe that. Chat's probably moving faster than I've ever seen it move. So, let's see. Slow mode. Let's put it, let's do what? 20 seconds? 20 seconds slow mode. All right, we'll do 20 seconds. There you go. I can't believe what we're witnessing. I've never put a chat on slow mode, but
Andy, I know you love this country. I also love this country. I also love beans. I'm half Mexican and half Irish.
Okay, fine.
I love Tim. My dad had Tim Wall's
I'll change it.
eyebrows, those great eyebrows. And by the way, I just said I love beans. I like the way you love beans, and we love beans. Thank you. I like you. The next guest.
All right, I took it off.
Is this where I am? Or are we having a break? Oh, this is very important. Next guest has taught me everything I know about Social Security because I'm of an age, don't you know? She happens to be my sister-in-law, and she is one smart cookie. Please welcome Social Security expert Nancy Altman with special guest Senator Tammy Duckworth and activist Rachel Miner. Welcome.
It's okay if the chat, if we get the stuff's gonna slip by, it's fine. This is the chaos of the chat. I actually do enjoy that. So as long as the mods can handle it. So I really don't like slow mode. I've never really done it.
What do you have to say about Social Security?
Linda, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. You are truly a Wonder Woman having us set all of this up. We are going to win this. Social Security is the nation's most important source of retirement income. What many Americans don't know, though, is that it is also working families' most important and often only long-term disability insurance and life insurance. All of us hope to live long, healthy lives, but disability can hit anyone, anytime. If tragedy strikes, Social Security is there. Make no mistake, Social Security is on the ballot this November. I am so excited to be joined by Rachel Miner, also known as Meg in Supernatural. Rachel knows the importance of these earned benefits to the nearly 6 million Social Security beneficiaries who receive Social Security disability insurance benefits every month. Rachel, tell us you have so much experience.
Well, Nancy, I'm honored to be here with you, and thank you Thank you for giving me this chance to speak. I think the most important thing is that
why does this chick right here on the left, why does her face look like mine the whole time I'm watching this shit show? This is absolutely insane. Harley, there's to scale your channel, build it and grow. D-Day CobraCast may be the epicenter of humanity's fight for the future of good versus evil. They want war and death. We want peace and family. Fight, you figs, fight. Well done, Grifter. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I can speak to having my life saved by Social Security and Medicare. And I can tell you, it's very easy to slip in a moment from being active and working to needing this kind of support. And I think in this election, we get to decide if we're an inclusive society and we look out for each other and we create these kind of supporting networks and policies that tell people they matter. And that
I think you guys need to understand this thing is just going to get worse and worse and worse. This thing that we're watching, it's going to get worse.
They should continue to exist, or we choose the divisive side. And there are moments where any of us can feel expendable if we don't have this kind of support. And so that's what I wanted to speak to.
You know, you're so right. And what's really important for people to understand is that Social Security is fully affordable. Whether to increase it or cut it is a question of values. That's what's on the ballot this November. Democrats created Social Security and have always been the party to protect and expand it. Vice President Harris, Governor Walz, and their Democratic colleagues are true to that legacy. They want to protect and strengthen it, to require the uber wealthy to pay their fair share. And in stark contrast, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and their Republican colleagues want to cut Social Security and give even more tax breaks to the uber wealthy. Trump gets the politics and has been making a lot of false claims. But the truth is he will steal our earned benefits if given the chance. How devastating it would be to have the architects of Project 2025 in power. They wanted to...
Look at, she can't say any of this without her script. Hey, I don't have a script, okay? I just go live and talk about what I know, okay? That's it. You clowns, all of you clowns have to have a script. Everybody that talks about Kamala Harris has to have a fucking script because they don't know anything about her. They know nothing about Kamala Harris. They don't know a single thing. They can't name anything she's ever done because she's never done anything worth noting. So this is why they're all vague and specific and they get their prearranged talking points and it's hilarious.
And Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid for decades.
Keep looking down, take a shot every time she looks
I know
down.
you have some thoughts on this as well.
Well, I just want to thank you for being so articulate and really defining what the policies at stake are. And I'm just want to lend to that the firsthand experience that this is something that affects all of us in some way at some point in our lives. And it can very, it can very quickly. I'm someone who worked from when I was 9 years old, worked full time and was always tried to be smart with my finances. But there are moments where any of us can need the support. And again, it's what candidates not only in their policy, but in their rhetoric, support inclusive societies and caring societies and societies where we don't let people fall and versus societies where we deem that some people are unworthy. And I tell you, that's what it feels like when you hit those moments. And you're completely wrapped up with trying to survive.
And that's what we're all fighting for. So again, what everyone is saying is vote and tell your friends, get out, knock on doors, and thank you, everybody. And don't forget, Social Security is there for all of us, so let's fight and keep it there.
And please, please donate and go to geeksforharris.org and choose either the Earth heroes. I know I'm supernatural, I'm an Earth hero, but space heroes are pretty cool too. So yeah, choose either one.
Heroes, because I love Linda.
That's right. Choose your side, but please donate. Please know that you are out there protecting your friends and loved ones, and so many people you know and love who are or will be in need of these kind of networks of support and policies. And then also, if you are disabled and you want to vote, please do not forget to check that your polling station is accessible, and if not, get a write-in ballot. Because I know I've run into that, and it's so important, because we do not want our voices to go unheard. So, and thank you to everyone who made this part of the conversation.
Yes, thank you.
Well, Space Explorers, we're back in the lead, but it's close. Together, we've raised about $500,000. Can we make it $1 million? I don't know, Lindy, how's your team looking?
Oh, goodness, guys. We are at $230,000 for Space Explorers and $209,000 for Earth Heroes. So, guys, we got to step it up. We have 43 more days to go. Every single dollar counts. We have to do everything we can to make sure that our positive message, that our positive agenda for America gets out there to the American people. So let's do what we can. Yeah, thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning out. I see your messages. We love you so much.
So geeksforharris.org, smash that donate button. And Linda, back to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Nancy. I always find how you explain Social Security very, very compelling. We need you. We need Social Security. You know, I mean, what are they talking about? Getting rid of Medicare and Social Security. And trust me, they mean to do it. You know, Trump and his disciples need and want to do that. And they will. Trust me, they will. So thank you, Lindy and Wasim. Now we're going to take an unexpected journey to the realm of Middle Earth. This is exciting.
Oh no!
Ooh.
I bet it's I bet it's Sean
Whether
Astin.
you are the most powerful wizard in the land or a simple hobbit, these next two guests have an important message for you. Please welcome MSNBC commentator and justice correspondent, Ellie Mistal, right after a brief message from one of America's most wonderful, nerdy American people that is very cool, right after this message. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bonnie from Indiana, and Doctor Who and I premiered within days of one another. I just want to say of strong female characters such as Uhuru, Leia Organa, Ellen Ripley, Zoe Washburn, Galadriel, the women of DC and Marvel, Rowena, Riversong, and others have showed us anything, it's that strong women are able to lead. I'm voting for Kamala because she will protect the rights of all women and lead us successfully into the future.
Hello, I am Ellie Mistal the Gray. I'm the justice correspondent for The Nation, and I represent here Earth's Heroes for donations, and I represent all the free peoples of this good Earth. I speak for those who want their rights and their decisions on what to do with their own bodies to be governed by just laws and their own good conscience. Unfortunately, our lands today are ruled not by the people, but by a captured and corrupted, bizarro version of the Council of Elrond that we call the Supreme Court. Like the storybooks, this Supreme Council consists of people chosen by the powerful, not elected by the people. But unlike the stories, these lords act solely to advance a dread and brutal vision. They include, of course, the mouth of Sauron, Samuel Alito, the white hand of extremism, Clarence Thomas, and the avatar of stupidity and foolishness, Brett Kavanaugh.
You just called
The rule
Clarence
of these
Thomas, the
men
White Hand,
and their handmaiden, Amy Coney Barrett,
wow,
covers the land in darkness. One that would see the burning, biting, and breaking of the environment, the rescission of individual rights for all those who do not conform to the gender and sexual norms imposed upon them, and of course, their bloodthirsty and treacherous defense of their precious, the Second Amendment. The very idea of a pluralistic democracy stands on the edge of a knife. If we stray but a little and give these people more judges and justices, it will fail to the ruin of all. Yet, hope remains while our candidates remain true. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have embraced Supreme Court reform, and with it, the hope that we will live to see these days renewed. And so I ask you to support their fellowship. Support them with your coin so they can reform the court and, more importantly, be joined by the strength of armies and armies of lawyers, actually, because lawyers are going to be extremely necessary to defend these election results from the enemy worm tongues that have already taken over the towers of democracy, the state boards of election. And with that, it is my honor and pleasure to introduce Sean Astin. Sean the Brave has been fighting in the deep red lands of Indiana, and he's been on an epic Astin for Harris quest across these lands. And by the way, he's 5'0" nothing, 100 and nothing, and he's been hanging in there against the best Republican opposition. Sorry, wrong movie, but you take my point. Sean returns to us now at the turning of the tide.
Woo! Holy cow. That was incredible. I'm not sure how you follow that.
This is so painful.
Thank you for that incredible experience, Gandalf. Linda, thank you so much for having me. You are, as always, a vision and such an extraordinary human being. Your beauty, your strength, your intellect, your passion, your drive. You're just, you are Wonder Woman. Except I also know another Wonder Woman from that era, my mother. And I've been married to a Wonder Woman for 32 years. And we have 3 Wonder Girls, our 3 daughters coming up behind us. So it just seems altogether fitting and proper to be here with you, Linda, to celebrate and fight for the first woman president, the soon-to-be first woman president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. So I'm looking at Geeks and Nerds for Harris, and you know, my list of bona fides as a nerd and a geek are so long, I don't want to run out my clock listing them all. But I will say I've spent the last 2 years getting my master's degree in public administration and public policy. And so you could find me any time of the day and night with papers and books and strewn around and finding nooks and crannies to go to airports to take tests in. So pretty nerdy, pretty nerdy. I also want to say that, you know, being a geek or a nerd, those words have been such words of affirmation and words of strength and empowerment and kind of the taking back of something of our own power. But they did start as epithets. They did start as real negative bullying words. And in this country for the last 9 years, we've been getting bullied. We've been getting bullied by Donald Trump and the Trump movement and the MAGA movement.
What?
And
they're shooting at Donald Trump, you motherfucker! And you're talking about Trump is bullying you?
And beat
oh
them.
My God.
Beat the bullies back. Well, they're like a fungus. They've come back to us again now. And what they're bullying as much as anything is our system. Our system of government.
Why not both, Harley Dave? Why not both?
The nature of order in our society. I will never forget the image of our sacred Capitol torn asunder with smoke and banners and anger and screaming and crying and fighting and a dead police officer and a dead every time I hear somebody from the other side minimize that, or disavow it in some way, it makes me want to fight harder. So my superpower because I heard everybody else's superpower. My superpower is empathy. I don't know if it's because my parents were divorced or because my mother suffered from a bipolar mood condition, but I somehow was given the gift of being able to feel my own heart and feel other people's hearts. So let me just speak in my last moments here to this idea of the hero's journey. I didn't want to wait anymore for the campaign to come up with stuff for me to do. I know from having done other presidential campaigns that each one of these campaigns is an opportunity for us to have a story, our story. What is our relationship to this moment in time, this moment in history, in American history? This could not be any more historic. They're all historic, but this is writ large. So I just decided I was going to start campaigning on my own. I asked the campaign, I'm like, listen, well, can I just go do my own thing? And they're like, yeah, go. So I came up with Aston for Harris, and I traveled around to 6 different states, just driving around, going to campaign offices and offering support, and it fed into going to the convention and just being kind of like a mascot at the convention, which is really fun. But what I will say is, I want to talk to the thousands of people who are watching live right now or who might watch this later. Your story relative to this campaign. I don't know if you've ever made a campaign phone call, if you've ever put your credit card information in and made a donation.
I want everybody,
if you've ever,
everything he says right here, everything all of these freaks say in terms of the Harris campaign, just apply that to the Trump campaign. They're giving you advice. They're telling you how to help the Trump campaign. Okay, that's what they're doing right now. So thank you, Sean Astin, for supporting Donald Trump and telling us how to support Donald Trump.
Walked with your friends or with your colleagues or your fellow citizens and knocked on doors and canvassing. I don't know if you've ever done those things. If you've never done those things, try it. It is absolutely empowering. You have the ability in these next 45, 46 days to make your story real. And I see that it says wrap up, but I'm just going to do this. I'm like a guy, like a busker on a street corner. I'm going to do this speech. And if the speech moves you, smash the button and donate right now. It's like in the great stories, Mr. Frodo, the ones that really matter, full of darkness and danger they were. And sometimes you didn't want to know the end, because how could the end be happy? How could the world go back to the way it was when so much bad had happened?
Fucking cross.
In the end,
absolutely fucking crossing the line, bro. You are a fucking piece of shit for ruining fucking Lord of the Rings, you piece of shit. You are such a horrible person for doing that. Like, again, you can have your opinions. Now you're actually bringing something that has nothing to do with politics into it. You are a literal piece of shit, dude.
It's only a passing thing, this shadow. Even darkness must pass and a new day will come. And when the sun shines, it'll shine out the clearer. Those are the stories that stayed with you. Those are the stories that mattered. Even if you were too small to understand why. I think, Mr. Frodo, I understand now. Folk in those stories had lots of chances of turning back, only they didn't.
I can't listen to this.
Let's elect Kamala Harris for president. Please donate now. Thank you, Linda.
Oh my God.
Hi, my name is Jennifer, and I hail from the very red state of Alabama. My art to me represents what Vice President Kamala Harris means to me. A game changer who is going to turn the key and unleash voices that previously have not been heard. As a seasoned woman in her 60s, that means for me continued improvement in our healthcare system and also providing a voice for our middle class. Go Team Harris Walls.
God, these two again.
If I need to talk to any of you.
Who's this?
Be here. My name is Dr. Paul Booth, and I'm a professor of media and popular culture at DePaul University. And for over 20 years, I've been studying the impact of fandom and fan cultures on audiences, on culture, on media, and on politics. What I've come to understand is that fandom isn't just about enjoying a book, a band, a TV show, or even a 2,000-year-old Time Lord. It's about connection. And no fandom has exemplified that more than the Doctor Who fandom. For over 60 years, the Doctor and all their regenerations has been a champion of justice, of compassion, of above all, of equality. They search for truth, not power. They seek wisdom, not domination. They want knowledge, not control. So the international Doctor Who fandom is proof of how powerful these ideals are. They bring together people from every corner of the world, united by the belief that kindness and curiosity are our most valuable traits. From celebrating the first female Doctor to demanding more representation for people of color and LGBTQIA+ characters, Doctor Who fans have constantly pushed the boundaries of what inclusivity in the media can look like. So now more than ever, we need that unity
from a
around the
script.
world, even in our own country. Many communities are still fighting.
Look at him. None of these people have an authentic bone in their body. None of them. None of them believe in this stuff. They're all paid off to read from a script that they didn't write. They know nothing about what they're talking about. They're just reading the words that are being put in front of them and cashing their paychecks. None of them believe in this shit. None of them. Not one single person believes in any of this shit.
For basic rights. But fandoms, your fandom, can show that we can rise above exclusion, and we can instead foster inclusivity. We need to use the power of our voices to shape the story of our real world. I've been studying fans for 20 years, and I can tell us that fandom teaches us that each of us matters, that no voice is too small. And I say to you today, your voice, use it. When your voice is together, when it's
except for those 75 million people that voted for Donald Trump, none of their voices matter. None of their voices matter. And you know who else's voices don't matter? The American people, because none of them voted for Kamala Harris. None of them. Not one single person voted for Kamala Harris to be the Democratic nominee. Not one. But you want to talk about how people's voices matter. Get fucked. Nobody believes this bullshit.
United, it's unstoppable. Just like the Doctor from Doctor Who has rallied people across time and space to fight injustice, we must rally together now. You've already proven that fandom can bring about change, so let's use that power again. Let's vote. Vote not just for yourselves, but for each other. Vote for a world where equality isn't a distant ideal, but a reality. Vote for Kamala Harris. Vote for Tim Walz. Remember the Doctor's timeless words: never cruel nor cowardly, never give up, never give in. Let's carry that message into our world. Together, we can be the authors of our own story. Let's write a future that celebrates all of us. Thank you so much for inviting us here to talk about our fandom and about international fandom today. I'll turn it over to Kevin.
Hello, Paul. Thank you so much. And hello, Geeks and Nerds for Harris. My name is Kevin Wu, and I'm a K-pop artist and also an actor. And first of all, I'm so proud and honored to be a part of this amazing campaign. So thank you again for having me. And for those of you who don't know me, I started out my career in South Korea in a K-pop boy band. Yeah, the boy band was called the U-Kiss, and you can also next see me in the upcoming movie called K-Pops, directed by and starring Anderson .Paak and Yvette Nicole Brown, who also is joining us today in this live stream. So shout out to Yvette if you're watching, sending you much love. And also, how many K-pop stands are in the building? Please let us know in the comments if you're a K-pop fan. And if you're a K-pop fan, who are you standing? Let me know. Before you guys start flooding the comment section, I want to tell everyone that K-pop has been a huge part of my life. The K-pop fandom is just so amazing. And you know, just there's so many K-pop fans all over the world, and your drive and your passion for your favorite artist is just mind-blowing. And I wanted to use my platform and encourage all the K-pop lovers and fans out there to use that same passion and drive to go out there to vote for Harris. And whether you live in the States or whether you live in abroad, make sure to spread the word.
I know, Harley Dave. I saw you said you hated me, and honestly, I hate myself right now. Okay, like I hate Gary is who I really hate. Gary is the reason that I'm watching this.
to your
It's
community.
Gary's fault.
And on social media to go out there and vote. And especially if you live abroad, make sure to go get in your absentee ballot in as well. But yes, I'm seeing a lot of Blackpink. I'm seeing a lot of, I see you, Kiss. Thank you so much. Big Bang, Stray Kids, Twice, CM Blue, BTS. Oh my God. I'm a huge Blink. I'm a huge Engine, Bunny, and Stay, and the list goes on. But I see a lot of K-pop stands out there. It's getting me really pumped. But yeah, spread the word, and especially to the K-pop community. I feel like we are so powerful if we all unite. And yeah, it's such an honor to be a part of this. Thank you so much for having me. And up next, I want to introduce Martha McDevitt Pugh from Democrats Abroad. Take it away, Martha. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Kevin. Great to see you and Paul. I'm Martha McDevitt Pugh, the International Chair of Democrats Abroad, which is the Democratic State Party for the millions of U.S. citizens who live abroad in 190 countries. And let's
get back to some cringe celebrities.
From the Hunger Games. I personally love canvassing to vote, but I know that Foxface probably wouldn't. She's a little bit of an introvert. So I'm so stoked to be here with Matt Caffrey from Swing Left to chat about the introvert's guide to canvassing. So Matt, most of us don't usually talk to strangers about politics. That can kind of be a little bit of a scary thing, and it can be outside of our comfort zone. So first off, does it really work?
Yeah, talking to voters is the most effective thing you can do to help win elections. Consistently, door knocking, talking to voters on the phone is what campaigns tell us they need the most. And the data that we generate when we do that is also really essential to campaigns about who's a reliable voter or who needs more information, how people are leaning. Research actually shows that data is more reliable for campaigns than polling data. You'll also share literature, identify supporters up and down the ballot. And part of why we theorized Democrats did worse in down ballot races in 2020 was that we weren't able to canvass that year. So with 2024, the first presidential cycle with canvassing in 8 years, we think there's a shot to overperform the polls and build Democratic infrastructure up and down the ballot, not just to win this election, but future ones as well.
Translation, we're desperate because Kamala Harris is a fucking idiot. She's really stupid every time she opens her mouth. She can't do interviews. She can't do town halls. She can't speak to anyone. So now we're having to roll out a bunch of low-tier Hollywood weirdos to pretend that Kamala Harris is actually smart. And we're going to have to actually do the pre-arranged talking points and read from the script because she's too damn stupid to do it herself. That's the translation for you right there. Okay?
And the voters that we're trying to reach right now, it varies over the course of the campaign, but generally we're talking to supporters or potential supporters who are infrequent voters. In 2020, 34% of eligible voters did not vote, which is crazy. 2020 was historic turnout, and yet a third of voters didn't vote. There are so many people we can get off of the fence and into the voting booth, and that is what wins elections.
That's right. So if you're a Trump supporter out there and you need a little bit of help, reach out to people like Scott Pressler, reach out to your friends, reach out to your colleagues, maybe your family, maybe get some direction from them, ask how you can help and how you can make sure you're registered to vote. Hey, listen to all these low-tier Hollywood celebrities with their prearranged scripts. They're just telling all these Trump supporters how to get out and vote and make sure they mobilize properly.
Even if it's just a small percentage of these high potential voters. So I knock doors with my family every weekend. My wife and I take our 4-year-old son and our 21-month-old daughter. Our son calls it going to talk to people. And our daughter,
okay, I can't. Yeah. Shut the hell up. Oh my God. How much talking are you losers going to do?
Am I pointing in the right direction?
What?
Liz?
What?
To see you all too. And
What
thank you
was
so much again
that?
for chatting with me.
What was that?
Welcome, everybody. It's I Love the 1870s with Liz Winstead. Am I pointing in the right direction? Liz Winstead, the great Greg Proops, host of the Smartest Man in the World podcast, and of course on tour with Who's Line. On to my left and my right, wait, hold on, over here, that's Angela B. Shelton and Francis Collier of Frangela. And we're here to warn you about one of the many things that Project 2025 will do to destroy America. Now,
What the hell is happening? None of this is helping. None of this.
Not the least of which is reinstating the Comstock Act from 1870. Liz, why don't you just tell everybody what the essence of the Comstock Act is, and we'll take it from there.
Well, I want to say that reinstating isn't quite right because it's still on the books. So basically, it's a law from 1874 that this puritanical busybody who just basically said, I hate sex. I don't enjoy anybody who likes sex. And so I found out that people are getting nefarious things sent through the mail. So what I'm going to do is have people mail me as much garbage.
Somebody in the chat just said it. Trump just tweeted. Okay, let me see what Trump just tweeted. Let's see. I didn't get a note. Oh, yeah, I did. Here we go. All right. I just tweeted this thing. All right, we'll look that up here in just a minute.
As possible, or just things that I find offensive so I can do research. Then I'm going to take my booty up to Congress, show them what's happening, and say, look at what's being sent through the mail. And Congress back then was embroiled in a massive scandal where they were literally taking millions and millions of dollars from the railroad industry. So they were like, wait, this can deter and detract from our railroad scandal. So we're going to pass this law that says you can't send anything lewd or lascivious through the mail, including abortifacients, including porn, including birth control, including anything. And so then they were like, hey, this is awesome. We're going to name it after you. And then we're going to put you in charge of inspecting it at the Postal Service. So Anthony Comstock was the person who was digging through people's mail, tons and tons and tons of it, actually. And it's still on the books now. And just this year, 145 members of Congress and the Senate implored the Supreme Court to really use the Comstock Act to end birth control abortion as we know it.
Yep, to basically keep mifepristone from being able to be shipped across lines. By the way, in case, ladies, this is Anthony Comstock, and don't get your hopes up. He's not only taken, he's also long dead. Greg Proops,
what?
Your favorite moments from the 1870s and why you think we should probably avoid bringing back anything from that time period.
Watching Mitch McConnell mature as a young boy in the 1870s, I think was the richest part for me, just seeing him fish and hunt and, every once in a while we'd stop and oppress another group of kids who hadn't any food or anywhere to go. And we'd tell them they couldn't come with us. And Mitch would laugh and we'd turn to one another and band music would play, but not for everybody.
And then, of course, Frangela, Francis Collier on my right and Angela B. Sheldon on my left. I'm sure that barely past the Civil War, maybe there was some bright spots in the 1870s. Women didn't have the chance to vote.
Bro, I don't understand how anybody thought this was a good idea. How did anyone think this was a good idea? This is so bad. This is so bad. This is going to be memed to hell. What was that? What was that thing that remember when all of these gay rights activists did this Zoom call and it was they sung the song like "We're coming for your kids"? You remember that? Do you remember that? We're coming for your children. They sang that song. It was on a Zoom call. You remember that? And then they deleted it from the internet after they got absolutely roasted. Okay. This is going to help Trump. Yes, I know people are donating to them and they're getting all of their money. It doesn't matter, dude. This is content for days. People are going to make so much content out of this. This is some of the cringiest shit ever seen. This is insane.
Yet, and this was all part of basically making suffrage filth. Yes?
I think we misunderstood the event. We don't love the 1870s.
No.
That's not
definitely better than the 1860s.
Yes, it had a big leg up on the 1870s.
You don't know?
No, this law is just a part of a bunch of laws that we didn't like.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Touche. Liz, I think one of the biggest hits of the 1870s was a song called, I think, Daughters of Freedom, the Ballad is Yours, which wasn't technically true at the time and might have had something to do with them not wanting women to mail things around to the rest of the country.
Or just anybody mailing anything, really, or showing your ankles.
Right.
Also, it should be told that in his memoirs, part of the reason he wanted to have lewd and lascivious things he identified not being sent to the mail is because he himself was a chronic masturbator and wanted that to, just self-profess.
Yeah, I think it's something we all share.
What is happening right now? What is happening? Holy shit. Holy shit.
Greg, real quick, because we're running out of time. I think you and I both would have no career whatsoever if the Comstock Act was fully enacted, considering its roots. What say you?
I've been dodging it my whole life. I think a lot of the comics have lived under the onus of the Comstock Act, and that's why we take a wagon from town to town. While trying to support people's rights, we also like to go undercover. I have a Conestoga wagon and a Calistoga wagon as well, which I don't know what that is.
Thank you guys so much. And remember, vote Harris. And of course, we are Team Earth. Even though I was Zoltan and Davenport on Lab Rats and the guy who gave Spider-Man what for. But we're all, the one thing we share is we're all supporting Harris. Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Frangela. You guys are awesome. Sexy Liberal Tour with these two is happening right now.
What an incredible stream so far. But we're about to roll into some of the stuff I'm most excited about, hearing from our space heroes. We've got some real astronauts. We've got Bill Nye coming up. We've got Star Wars. We've got a pretty epic Star Trek reunion. So Space Explorers, if you haven't yet, this is really your time to contribute. The donation link is right above the chat and in the description of the YouTube live stream. So click there and make a donation for Team Space Explorers. And look, we're talking about space, but let's ground this for a second. Your donations make a real difference in these battleground states. You heard from Swing Left and others on these calls. It causes doors to get knocked on, letters to be sent, undecided voters to be activated. It couldn't be higher stakes than this. Lindy, anything you want to share with our audience here?
Well, I just want to thank you, everyone who's with us and donated already. And don't forget about Earth Heroes. Space Explorers are creaming us. So please step up so we're not fully left behind in the dust. This is your come to Jesus moment. And as Wasim said, every single dollar matters. It translates into TV ads, to GeoTV, to door knocking, to letter writing, to all sorts of things. And we're throwing it back to Linda. Thank you so much.
Oh, no, it's Linda. It's
Thank
Linda.
you so much.
Oh, no, it's Linda again. Look, man, I don't know how old Linda Carter is. I don't know if she's got some issues. I don't know if she's been hanging out with Kamala and kicked a few back. I don't know. Okay.
Lindy, listen, you know, we were going to talk about the abortion issue. And for some reason that got kind of left out here. And the Comstock Act, I think, was going to kind of go into that a little bit. But this is so important. I do not want to leave this off because we are being stripped bit by bit. 44% of our nation are under these restrictive laws. And I, for one, who have benefited from having these kinds of freedoms, my daughter doesn't have the same freedoms I do. Your grandchildren.
What freedoms does she? There's no point to ask these questions.
And half the nation is under these restrictive laws, and it affects men too. It affects your families. It affects. They want to ban contraception. Don't forget that includes condoms. So now I'd love to introduce a real fun guy who probably.
Oh no! What was that?
I'd love to introduce a real fun guy who probably knows a thing or two about fungi or fungi. If you grew up in the 90s, you would recognize him anywhere. And even if you didn't, you can't help but be a fan. Him or fungi. If you grew up in the 90s, you would recognize him anywhere. And even if you didn't, you can't help but be a fan. Geeks and nerds, please welcome our favorite science guy. It's Bill Nye, the science guy. Welcome, Bill Nye. Thank you so much for being here. Please tell them all that we need their vote and we need them to donate. You can do it.
Thank you so very much indeed. Yes, everybody, you have to vote. I have said for many years
what a
that
shocker.
we consider
Bill
science
Nye.
to be political but not partisan. However, the other side is causing nothing but trouble. For those of you who aren't familiar with this part of the Constitution, which is available in paperback, Article 1, Section 8, the Congress's job is to promote the progress of science and useful arts. The science of climate change is undeniable. One side is pretending it's not happening and essentially taking bribes from the oil industry, the fossil fuel industry, to keep themselves in business. This is not what anyone in the world really wants. The United States is the most influential culture. We influence people all over the world. So this election, I'm going to claim, is the most important election in anybody's lifetime. This is it. So get out there and vote. So sign the science and technology letter to Vice President Harris. Donate. You see the donate button there. We want you to focus on that so that you support this effort so that working together, we can, dare I say it, change the world. And along with that, now for something really special, I get to introduce a group of folks who know what turning science fiction into science fact really means. I'm talking about the science fiction stars, the people we all look up to as fans. Our next panel is led by former Chief Technology Officer of the United States, Megan Smith, who is an engineer, and technologist, was previous assistant to President Obama for technology and co-created Women Techmakers. She is going to lead our science fiction, science fact conversation, starting with none other than Dr. Mae Jemison. Megan, over to you. Let's change the world.
Hello, my fellow Americans. Thank you, Bill. Now, it is my honor to introduce this woman I met. I mean, she's just the incomparable person in front of you. And with Mae Jemison here with her tech genius, Megan Smith, the former Chief Technology Officer of the United States of America. Megan Smith and Mae Jemison, welcome.
Hello, fellow Americans. Thank you so much for joining us, geeks and nerds. And Mae, you're just extraordinary. I actually have one of your books in my hand, and Where the Wind Goes. So find Where the Wind Goes. I just want to welcome you. And I know what we wanted to talk a little bit about is here, science and technology itself is full of wonder. It's about love. It's about ingenuity and engineering. It's about teamwork. It's about all the extraordinary things. And we've done it in our country since the beginning when President Washington founded Corps of Eng, which is the Army Corps of Engineers. That continues to the Academy of Sciences that you are in with me. You're in medicine, I'm in engineering, which is President Lincoln.
Yeah, we're fast forwarding through this one.
We started could be who are our heroes in science fiction.
Who are these people?
My hero is a science fiction author, and it's
yeah. Who cares?
For me,
hate.
So geeks,
woo!
Thank you for being here.
Brandon from Augusta, Georgia. I'm a Star Wars fan, and I think that Kamala and Tim are the right choice because, like the Jedi, Princess Leia, Luke Skywalker, the Rebels, and the Resistance, they're fighting for our rights and our freedoms, both to keep them and to extend them to those who may not yet have them. They're fighting to protect the environment. We only get one Mother Earth. They're fighting for the rights of our LGBTQIA brothers and sisters and our people of all races, colors, creeds, and beliefs, and for a woman's right to choose. I truly believe the Force is strong.
Hey,
Hey, welcome to Star Wars and Democracy. I'm here with three dads, two from the Congressional Dads Caucus, Representative Andy Kim and Representative Wiley Nickel, and the party chair of the DNC, Jamie Harrison. I'm Yvette Nicole Brown. Now we're going to chop it up a bit about why we love all things Star Wars and a bit about how it connects with the epic battle we're facing as a democratic republic against pure evil on November 5th. But first, a little about my Star Wars journey. I saw A New Hope in theaters when I was 6 years old, and I've always been drawn to the Jedi and the idea of people using an unseen force for good, always for good. I think of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz that way now. Their force is decency and joy, and I believe that it is always unstoppable when wielded properly and among like-minded fellow Jedis. And that's us, everybody. We wield this force by voting. Now, how about you three? What's your Star Wars journey, your story? I'm going to start with Representative Kim and then go to Representative Nickel and then to Party Chair Harrison. So,
yeah, thanks.
Yes.
You know, we're a big Star Wars family, a big Star Wars Lego family. As you can see, three things I feel like I learned real quick. One is that, you know, we're part of something bigger than all of us. That's something that I think we can all take apart. Also, you can't assume that someone else is going to fight your fights for you. So if you want to see change, you got to do it yourself. And three, when it comes to voter outreach, never give up on anyone. If Darth Vader can change his mind and take matters into his own hand to change the leadership of the empire, any voter can change their mind, and we got to make sure we're going through this and doing our best to be able to engage people. So that's something I always try to think about.
I love that. Representative Nickel, it's you.
Well, thank you so much. And first of all, Yvette, Jamie, you are both invited and welcome to join the Congressional Dads Caucus. We would love to have you as a part of the team. It is inclusive of all. But, you know, for me, I was one of those, you know, geeks and nerds, the first to watch Star Wars in the theaters, you know, the first showing available, waiting, because it's about hope. It's about justice. It's about standing up for doing what.
This is tough, man. This is tough to get through, but it's necessary. We have to watch what these people are doing. These Democrats that hate the country, and they will lie about Donald Trump consistently. They want to talk about how they are the party of love and happiness and forgiveness and all that other bullshit. Meanwhile, Trump is getting shot at. You've got crazy people going after him. You've got bounties being put out on him, and they don't want to talk about any of that. Because, of course, that would not line up with their narratives. And so, so their whole goal is to just lie about Project 2025, which is an obvious lie that's been repeated time and time again, including directly from Kamala Harris. All of these people are reading from a script. They don't actually believe any of this stuff. But this is cringe beyond belief, and it needs to be covered.
That's right. That's why I'm in Congress. That's why I'm fighting so hard. And
I don't know if I want to listen to these clowns. Who cares? You guys are just losers.
That is here. Even all men speak up and speak out about the injustice, the bigotry, the hatred, the division. We see the attacks coming at the Haitian communities right now. And we all, even if you're not Haitian, we're all Haitian today. We have to stand up and say enough is enough. And that's where Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and this entire Democratic Party is all about. It's about standing up, speaking out for the least of these, and pushing and fighting back. And when we do that, folks, we always win.
Absolutely. Now, I began my Star Wars journey as a fan, but I'm happy to say that I'm now a small, tiny part of the canon, if only as a Lego, because I voiced Lieutenant Colvette Valeria in the Lego Star Wars universe. Getting to say, may the force be with you, is an honor I can't quantify. So I hope we can all say it together as we leave this segment. You guys ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. May the force
be with you.
Back to you guys.
Hello, fellow geeks.
Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no!
And nerds, we have a singular mission today: to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as our next president and vice president of the United States. As an avowed Trekkie, a Wonder Woman fan from way back, and a Supernatural super fan, I believe in the power of storytelling and the power of transformation. We face real challenges in this moment. And as we continue to move our nation's super fan, Trekkie as our singular.
She's reading notes talking about her journey as a fan. She's literally reading from a fucking script.
Hello, fellow geeks and nerds. We have a singular mission today.
She's
to
reading
elect
from
Kamala
a
Harris
script.
and Tim Walz as our next president and vice president of the United States. As an avowed Trekkie, a Wonder Woman fan from way back, and a supernatural super fan, I believe in the power of storytelling and the power of transformation. We face real challenges in this moment.
Like none of these people are authentic, dude. They can't. You don't have to have a script if you're authentic, if you're talking about something that you care about. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jeremy. I am a Star Wars fan, a G.I. Joe fan, and a lifelong Nintendo fan. And I come to you today as the owner of Geeks and Gamers. Now, while Geeks and Gamers is not specifically political and everyone at Geeks and Gamers can have their own opinion, I would just like you to know that I am a proud Donald Trump supporter. And I believe that if you are tired of the direction of this country under the Kamala Harris and Joe Biden administration, you should urge not only yourself, but all of your friends and family to go out and vote for Donald Trump on November 5th, 2024. You can help make America great again. You can help take this country to the next level. And all you have to do is vote for Donald Trump. Look how easy that is. But these motherfuckers can't even tell their life story without a fucking script.
As we continue to move our nation forward, we are trying to figure out who we are as people and where we're headed. For that, we deserve leaders who see us and are not only willing to serve us, they are driven by a commitment to justice, to fairness, to opportunity.
Jeremy died and became
We need real life heroes who understand the pain our communities feel is real, but so too is the promise. We've all watched as the captain responds to a call to help, as the brothers face demons and as villains hatch even more insidious plots. But what never changes is that the promise of triumph doesn't belong to one person, one leader.
For all of you joking, saying Jeremy's reading from a script, joke's on you. I can't read. I'm from Alabama. What now?
It's the crew that beams into the unknown, the hunters who gather to protect the innocent, the Justice League who joins the fight. In this election, we can be the ones who elect Harris and Walz to lead a nation that defends a woman's right to choose, that respects diversity, equity, and inclusion as fundamental values, not epithets or curse words. A president who doesn't hesitate to use her power to end gun violence in our schools. And a vice president who has proven his willingness to fight poverty among our children. We can have leaders who will continue to tackle the climate crisis and who will refuse to join the legions who would censor our right to know our history and plot our futures. As Captain Jean-Luc Picard warned us, with the first link, the chain is forged. The first speech censored, the first thought forbidden, the first freedom denied, chains us all irrevocably. Winning in November is not about magic, it's math. Like Captain Catherine Janeway, we will venture beyond what we understand and we won't stop until we reach our destination. We will be willing to invest our time in the communities that are still struggling to recover from the last time the other guy was in office. We will be dedicated to giving of our talents, whether it's knocking on doors or beaming into volunteer spaces and doing our part. And we will guard the treasure of our democracy by protecting the right.
You want to get mad at somebody? Get mad at Gary, okay? If it wasn't for Gary, I ended Tuesday night's main event, okay? I'm getting ready. I'm going to get something to eat, and Gary messages me, bro, what the fuck is this? You've got to be, why aren't you live? You need to be reacting to this right now. It's Gary's fault.
To vote and expanding who believes they should be heard. We are geeks and nerds who know that the impossible is a state of mind, and we're not going back. We are forging ahead, and we are changing the future one vote at a time, one person at a time, one day at a time. We are going to win this election for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. We are going to win it for our people. We are going to win it for the future. And now, as Captain Michael Vernon tells us, let's fly.
Well, hello, I'm Bill Prady. I'm the co-creator of the Big Bang Theory.
You got the Star Trek people here. Oh no. Whew. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
But the writing credit I'm most proud of is an episode of Star Trek Voyager, because it makes me part of the greatest franchise in science fiction history. And I'm here with an amazing group. Will Wheaton, LeVar Burton, Jonathan Frakes, Frakes, my God, Jonathan, I'm so sorry.
Wait, what did he call him? What did he call him?
Jerry Ryan, Tim Russ, and Rob Frakes, my amazing group. Will Wheaton, LeVar Burton, Jonathan Frakes, Frakes, my God, Jonathan. Greatest franchise in science fiction history. And I'm here with an amazing group. Will Wheaton, LeVar Burton, Jonathan Frakes, Frakes, my God, Jonathan, I'm so sorry. Anthony Rapp, Jerry Ryan, Tim Russ, and Robert Picardo. And guys, I have a question for you. It's right away. We're getting some anomalous readings from the matter antimatter intermixed chamber in the starboard warp nacelle. What do I do about that?
You want to emit an inverse neutrino pulse through the starboard nacelles. Make sure that.
Hey guys, let's not cross the line here, okay? The panel ain't that bad, okay? So let's just dial it back. The panel's not that bad. So let's be a little more respectful to this panel and not go that far, okay? We have a respectable community here. Let's not disrespect them like that, okay? Let's not do that, okay?
You are putting it directly into the heart of the anomaly, and if you run into any sort of issues, you're going to want to use nanoprobes to repolarize the navigational deflector. It's very simple. This is first day stuff.
You are the king of the nerds. Well,
I have a suggestion. Look, all you have to do is unplug it and plug it back in again.
Smack it off the works.
Hey guys, I've been thinking about this. There are a lot of amazing connections between science fiction franchises, a vision for the future. But I'd argue that from the beginning, from the original series in the 1960s, no television program has worked harder to portray the kind of future that we want to live in. And I'm wondering if anyone wants to jump in and talk about how you see Star Trek's
I know Jessica's doing all caps too because the chat's moving so fast, but the combination of her saying what she's saying and with the caps on, it makes it sound like she's just yelling, and it's awesome.
Future that Star Trek imagines, connecting with the future that we're trying to build tonight.
Well, I mean, back in the earliest days when you had people of different ethnic backgrounds on the bridge of a starship at a time when, you know, the only roles essentially that Black people had were playing maids or servants or slaves. That in and of itself was a huge breakthrough for Nichelle Nichols and for television, for the arts to have that representation, up through our version of Star Trek Discovery having a bona fide queer found family, two men together helping to be surrogate parents to a non-binary young person and their trans boyfriend. You know,
my God!
This is the future. None of these things were also like pointed to or talked about. That was part of it. That everyone was given the fullest value to be themselves, and these little boxes that were checked, so to speak, were never an issue for anyone. And that is the future that we are trying to create right now in 2024.
Holy shit.
You know, people, there's been criticism from the right that Star Trek got political, but it was political. It was political in the original series. You know, people look at the episode that featured half Black and half white aliens and think, and it's kind of silly now, but when you understand that in the 1960s, you couldn't actually tell a story about racial conflict. Or the episode of the original series where a war is being conducted by computers and people show up to die. That was Gene Roddenberry's reaction to the Vietnam War and the statistics of the dead. When you look at the work that you've done on Star Trek and you look at the candidacy of Kamala Harris, what connections can you make in the world that you portrayed and the future for the United States that she's trying to build?
Yeah, I think that the future that Kamala Harris is trying to lead us into is very much in alignment with the future that we have all contributed to creating.
Name her policy, please. Please name me a policy. Since you know what type of future she's leading us into, name me one fucking policy. Name it right now. I want you to name the fucking policy. You can't name the fucking policy, can you? Because she has no policies. Good Lord, man.
Which is to say that aspect of who we are that is hopeful and open-hearted and wants to share the wealth and bounty that this great nation has been able to produce. The other side is not offering a vision for our future so much as they're really engaging in rhetoric that is all about grievance and wants to root us in the past. And the campaign keeps saying we are not going back.
Kamala Harris also.
This is insane, dude. This is the amount of lies and projection is truly astonishing. But again, if this doesn't go unchecked, man, I'm hoping all of the commentators, the Benny Johnsons, Tim Pools, I hope everybody just roast the living hell out of these lies and this bullshit. This is why it has to be covered, dude, because if these lies don't go unchecked, if these people just sit there and spew this nonsense and nobody calls them out and challenges them on it, then it's very damaging.
So represents a grace, a sense of humor that we hopefully have in our show, and it is, I think, as important as anything. And she has owned it, and she is it, and she is articulate, and she makes us proud in a way that few have before her. So
my God!
Yes.
Yeah.
And, there was the original episode as well where they. If you haven't noticed over the past year or two, ourselves included, there's a lot of strikes going on worldwide and also in our country, all over the place. All of a sudden, there's this rash of striking between labor and management, between the workers and the owners of the companies, et cetera. And they have put in the original series, which dealt with the labor force that was working in the caves, in the mines, and they were being poisoned and couldn't have any of the benefits of the people in the cloud city had. And this is right now more striking than it has been, the income inequality that exists in the country, in which I think Kamala and Tim Walz, she has an economic plan that's going to try to help the people who do the work for this country. Again, if you took all the billionaires out of the loop for, a year, you wouldn't even notice the economy changing. But if you took the worker bees out of the loop for 3 days, the entire economy would crash. So who has more value and more worth in this country? The workers. So it's very, I think her plan for helping the people who are middle income and working class is really the way it needs to happen.
Jerry, I see you online fighting all the time. Do you have success? Are you able to convince people that that there's another choice?
I don't know how many people I convince, honestly. I don't know, but we have to keep trying because it's too important. It's too crucial. I'm a mom. I'm raising a teenage daughter in this world who now has fewer rights than I've had, who's been raised with, active shooter drills since she was in preschool, and the trauma that brings. And it's not okay, and it's unnecessary, and we've got to do better, and we can do better. And that's one of the things that I'm really loud about is we all need to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. People are going to get mad at you. People are not going to like it if you speak out and you speak your mind and you say what needs to be said. But we all have to just get okay with that. I've had to do it. I'm stepping out of my comfort zone because I am not an extemporaneous speaker. And traveling for the campaign and talking to people this is too important. It's too critical a time in our country. We are literally facing the potential end of our democracy, in addition to all these other truly existential threats. So we don't have the option of not being loud and being obnoxious and saying what needs to be said.
And we need a leader of character. We don't want to go back to the first. We've already seen what kind of a leader Trump was on the world stage. Today we host.
You mean the guy that had no wars? You mean the guy that had historic peace around the world? You mean that guy? You mean that guy? The only president in my lifetime that's never gotten us into any war. You mean that guy? That's the guy you don't want back in office? God, I just wish I was sitting there on this panel with these clowns to ask them, like, hey, what policies of Kamala's are you most impressed with and looking forward to her once she becomes president? If you could just share that with the audience here that's watching this, the wonderful audience, can you just name a few policies of Kamala's that you're just really excited for? And after you get done answering that question, can you then say why she hasn't done anything as vice president in 3.5 years? And the fact that she's right now, she's literally the highest ranking person in the government since Joe Biden's on a beach sleeping right now. Can you please just share with us that? Also, what specifically did you have a problem with Donald Trump? Could you just give us some specifics on specific policies that Donald Trump actually implemented that you have a problem with? Can you please share that with the wonderful audience here? I would love for you guys to
in New York, the UN, Biden gave his final address as president. We want a leader who will respect our historic allies, not one who is going to undermine. I mean, what is the United Nations? If you put the Starfleet Charter next to the UN Charter, the Starfleet Charter was modeled on the UN Charter. They have all of the same goals, and all of that vision of working in harmony, of finding out how we are more like each other than what our differences are, and avoiding conflict at all costs, but standing up for what's right. I think that this whole evening was started off by Representative Garcia when he said that geeks and nerds have a particular passion for social justice. And I think that Kamala is the social justice candidate. And I want to say,
she literally locked up a bunch of black people when she was the DA in San Francisco. She literally locked a bunch of black people up for smoking pot.
3 more words: donate, donate, donate. All right.
Yes, please.
Donate. If you can't decide whether you like the Earth heroes better than the space heroes, and I frankly couldn't decide, I donated to both.
Good call.
Will, I want to ask you to speak to something that Bob just said about geeks and nerds being the kind of people who yearn for a better, more inclusive future. You and I are friends. It's a thing I hear you talk about all the time.
I became aware of Star Trek when I was 5 or 6 years old, and it's been in my life as long as I can remember. I have always believed that the future Star Trek lays out for us was inevitable, that we would get there. There is no other choice. We have to do that. The option is for us to come together as a planet of incredibly wonderful, diverse, interesting, incredibly different.
I just want to remember, okay, you can either have Kamala or you can have a young, vibrant man as the president. Which would you rather have?
I just feel like a young man. I'm so young. I can't believe it. I'm the youngest person. I am a young, vibrant man. I look at Joe. I don't know about him. I don't know. Macho man.
I mean, who would you rather have? The young, vibrant man?
Beings, and go out into the universe and do good wherever we can. I have believed in that since I was a little kid. I was lucky that I got cast on Star Trek and got to have a front row seat to the imagined future that I wanted to live in so badly, that I still want to live in. I am so passionate about this particular election because it is the first election in our lifetime where I can see this unbelievably clear choice. We have such a clear, crystal clear choice between rallying with someone who has said over and over again, her only client is the people, which is such a beautiful Star Trek idea. And then the other guy is this angry, demented, syphilitic old grandpa who screams at everyone and is just filled with rage and hate. And
Joe Biden's not in the race anymore, Will Wheaton. Can somebody let Will Wheaton know that Joe Biden is no longer in the race? I don't know if he got the memo, but yeah, he's not in the race, buddy.
In our world, like in the science fiction worlds, like that Baron Harkonnen guy is the bad guy. It's like a cautionary tale. We're looking at it in front of us right now. We have this incredible future, or we have this terrifying, awful, enormous step backwards. To me, that's such an easy choice to make. It is not surprising to me at all that it's geeks and nerds who are very detail oriented, who are very committed to helping as many people as possible, because I think we're used to kind of being sneered at and teased and mocked for our passions. And I think we can all bring the energy that sustained us through every difficult study hall and every tough hallway encounter and use that energy. We can take that energy and we can put it behind Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Everyone watching this, as Bob said, can donate, and then donate again. And we can get that much closer to this future that we are all so incredibly excited to live in.
Well, Anthony, you not only are a Star Trek star, but you're also a Broadway star. Broadway tickets are very expensive. In multiples of Broadway ticket prices, how much should people donate?
That's all they're trying to do is get her money because she's not good at this. She is terrible at this. She is very bad at speaking. She's bad at interviews. She's bad at talking in general. Every time this woman opens her mouth, everyone just cringes. And they will avoid at all costs. They just did this Hollywood thing with her and Oprah and this town hall with a bunch of celebrities, and it did not go well at all. It was very bad for her. And the fact that they've got all these people together, it shows you the level of desperation that they are in right now. But with that said, they need to understand, Republicans and conservatives, this is what I've been telling all of these idiotic Republicans and conservatives, is geek culture matters. And you need to stop disrespecting it and looking down on it and embrace it. That's what they need to do. But they don't understand that because all these conservatives are all caught up in their old guard mentality.
I mean, well, we all know though that the cool thing about this campaign is that, you know, any amount can make a difference if you if it becomes exponential. You know, if there's 1 million people that donate $10, that's still a lot of money. So whatever you can afford, I'm not asking anybody to break the bank. All of this can help move the needle. What it can do, it can open up offices so people can be on the ground in these crucial states, so they can talk to people, they can knock on doors, they can reach people's hearts and minds. It's not just about buying commercials, which is certainly expensive and needs to happen. But that ground game, I was lucky enough to volunteer for the Obama campaign in 2008, and I was on the ground in Texas, in Ohio. I got to have these experiences of talking to people on the ground and being with these staffs. That's where the money, to me, really can make the biggest difference. And they're opening more offices in Florida.
Yeah, I was just going to say the news today was that the Harris campaign is opening up more offices in Florida. They see Florida as in play, and to Anthony's point, it really is a function of.
There is not a legitimate chance in hell that Florida is in play. There's not a legitimate chance in hell. Not even fucking close. Not even fucking close.
Small dollar donations. Small dollar donations are what pays for the rent of an office. My cousin is a volunteer at a Harris office in Nevada, outside of Las Vegas. And she said that the energy is growing exponentially, that there were 15 or 20 people, and she goes in and she says there's 150 people every day. And the small dollar donations, the ones that everybody is making tonight, and I think we're Team Space, I believe, in the big,
yes, we are.
Team Space. But those donations that everybody is making right now, the clicking the link, donating, those are the donations that are propelling those offices forward. We're we're running out of the end of our segment, and
quick shout out, if we can, to trekthevote.org. If you're looking for a way to get invited and you're a Star Trek fan, go to trekthevote.org.
Yep. We've got just about half a minute left. We could extend it by flying and doing a parabolic route around the sun, which would move us back in time. Sure. But I'm going to ask everybody in these last few seconds to, as enthusiastically as you can, encourage everybody in your own words simultaneously to participate and donate. Team Star Trek, go.
Let's go.
Good luck and great luck, Sean. My
2024. Thank you, everybody. It was so wonderful to participate in this. And weren't we all going to do uniforms?
I did. I'm with you, Bill. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Well done.
Are we off?
Thank you so much.
Are we?
Hi, I'm Gabrielle, and
I'm speechless that they think that this is good. This is not good. None of this is good. This is a really bad night for them. Like, they're going to make a lot of money, and I totally understand that. But, dude, the content that we are going to get from this is going to be legendary and glorious, and it already is.
And this is Brendan, and we're from Wheatus.
I'm Jessica Carter-Altman.
And we're part of Team Earth today, supporting Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
We're hoping to help bring the fandoms together and be victorious in November and bring some positive change to this country.
We'd like to dedicate this performance to all the geeks, nerds,
and my dirtbags. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Her name is Noelle, and I have a dream about her. She rings.
Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't know if there's enough super chats to make me continue at this point. Oh, no.
My bell.
Oh, I can't. I don't think I can get through that one. Oh, man. Holy shit.
I got your glass in half an hour. Oh, how she rocks in kids and toot socks. But she doesn't know who I am. And she doesn't give a damn about.
I'm gonna take this as a request to skip. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a request to skip. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay, that's a request to skip. I don't know if that's what he's requesting, but I'm just gonna interpret it that way. Thank you, ABF. I'm just gonna take that as a request to skip. So he's still singing. I'm fast forwarding. He's still singing. Oh no, is that Patty Jenkins? Patty Jenkins? Oh boy, here we go.
Hi everybody, Patty Jenkins here. I'm so excited to join this incredible event with my beloved Linda Carter, who was a hero of mine growing up and became a dear, very close friend of mine in the course of making our wonderful movies together. I think that my favorite thing about getting to do Wonder Woman at all is that the reason that Linda had inspired me growing up is because of what she stood for and what I learned through her. I believe in Wonder Woman. I believe in what she's, representing about being a better person and being more loving and trying to save the day and save the world. So I think that there's a very important lesson here when it comes to how we look at this election. A lot of you are already with us on how we're going to vote this time, but if you're on the fence and if you only came here to see, people that you wanted to celebrate as I do, you might be, wondering whose values, you identify with. But I want to make one very simple distinction that I think you really need to focus on. When I first got to Hollywood, I noticed that there were a lot of people who came for two very separate reasons. A lot of people wanted to be a thing, and a lot of people wanted to do a thing, right? And what I started to notice about some of the people who wanted to be a thing was it wasn't really about the movie that they made or the work that they did. It was about their own glory. The people who came to do a thing could turn around and make an incredible movie or really make a contribution to the world. Well, let's look at this election. We have two very different people, and they are telling you exactly who they are. No matter what your political beliefs are, one of them is telling you that they are about being a thing. He is about his own glory, and every move he has made throughout his career has shown you that openly. He's told you as much. He's not about whatever.
God, these fucking people, dude. I swear, this 2024 has to be the year that Hollywood understands that they have absolutely no power whatsoever. But you, Hollywood celebrities, you all are fucking retarded, and no one respects you and no one likes you. You have a bubble of people that continue to tell each other that you're great, you're smart, and that everything that you believe is the right thing. But the masses out there, the majority of people out there do not agree with your bullshit, and they do not care with what you think. They don't care. You are being very manipulative. Do you see how she started that out saying, oh, well, whatever your belief is fine. You have one person, and then she's taking a slanted view of giving you a negative opinion of Donald Trump, even though she's masking it, saying that whatever your beliefs are, and then she's going to give you a glorious view of Kamala Harris. Absolutely fucking bullshit. Listen to how she worded that. Listen.
No matter what your political beliefs are, one of them is telling you.
No matter what your political beliefs are, and then she qualifies it. It's psychology. There's manipulative psychology. She's trying to make you think that I'm coming at this from an independent standpoint, and I respect your beliefs. One person is the worst person that's ever existed, and the other person is the best person that's ever existed. Fuck off.
That they are about being a thing. He is about his own glory, and every move he has made throughout his career has shown you that openly. He's told you as much. He's not about whatever he's telling you he's going to do, whatever he's telling you he's going to represent. He's never in his whole career done that. He has only been about manipulating the illusion of that for his own glory, whether it means that he has to lie for it or whatever. And so no matter what you believe in, now is not the time to start thinking that this is someone who's going to turn over a new leaf and suddenly be about anything for you. It's not going to happen. Let's look at Harris. This is someone who's dedicated their entire life to public service, doing things for people, getting stuff done, making the world a better place, making the world a different place. So no matter what you believe in, our democracy is at stake because only one person is planning on doing anything for anyone. And that's Kamala Harris. So please join us in voting for sanity and safety of our nation by picking someone who's actually going to do the job that she is up for. And obviously, we're Earth heroes, and so please donate to the Earth Hero. And I look forward to sharing this journey with all of you. Thank you for being here.
Oh no, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Bottoms up. All right, it's time to turn up the alcohol, baby, because here we go. Linda Carter is back, and she's got Brock Lesnar. So Linda Carter is going to be interviewing Brock Lesnar. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Brock Lesnar has to say. So it's going to be Linda Carter interviewing Brock Lesnar. So here we go.
Gail Simone. Patty Jenkins is one of my sisters in Wanda. Thank you, Patty. we need to elect leaders up and down the ballot to make sure that the Equal Rights Amendment is added to the Constitution so that women are protected against discrimination. When Kamala Harris is elected, she would be the first president whose rights are not specifically protected under the Constitution of the United States of America. So I want to welcome members of the ERA Coalition, and we will start with Zakiya Thomas. Can you introduce the ER and the coalition to us?
Sure. Thank you so much, Linda. So I'm Zakiya Thomas, president of the ERA Coalition. We represent over 80 million people fighting for equality, for protecting our rights and freedoms by getting the Equal Rights Amendment added to the Constitution. So first, I want to pass it over to Mona Sinha, who is an equal rights champion, our former ERA Coalition board member. Mona, why do we need to protect the rights of women and girls, and why Wonder Women should unite for the cause?
Thank you. And Mona, you're here. Can you share with us?
Thank you, everyone. Hello so much, Linda. Hello, everyone. Megan.
Hello, Mona.
See you. Every woman and girl should be able to live a life free of violence and discrimination. And even today, 1 in 3 women experience gender-based violence in their lifetime. And that just isn't what America is all about. And I think Wonder Women must unite for the ERA to be guaranteed by law. That's the only way we can have equal rights. That's what we deserve in this country. And President Harris is going to do that for us. So donate, donate, donate. Let's get her. Let's get a woman in the White House. Let's just do it.
Thank you.
And then
Drew, it's you.
You want me to do it, Drew? Can you talk about why men should advocate for the ERA, and how would it help boys, men, LGBTQIA communities? How does it help everybody for women to have equality codified in the Constitution with the ERA?
Absolutely. Well, Wonder Woman's core mission is to fight for equality and justice for all. And she comes from a society where gender roles are not limiting, and she believes that everybody should be treated with fairness and with dignity. And the ERA guarantees equal rights under the law, regardless of sex. It helps break down systemic inequalities that hurt everyone, including boys and men. And by supporting the ERA, we are all standing for justice, not just for cis women, but for people of all genders, trans women, trans men, non-binary people, queer people. And true heroism comes from compassion, kindness, and justice, not rigid gender norms. So when men support the ERA, we are ensuring that everyone, regardless of gender identity or sexual orientation, has the legal backing they need to live without fear of discrimination. Please donate.
Thank you so much. You know, hearing from you who are on the front lines is so important to us. You know, this battle.
I can't believe that this is not a parody. Like, I can't believe that this is real. This is real. So if you're just tuning in, yeah, this is Geeks and Nerds for Harris. You're getting a lot of celebrities together and a lot of social justice activists together, and they are letting you know that Donald Trump is bad and Kamala Harris is the single greatest human being that has ever walked the face of the earth, and that Kamala Harris has such an amazing plan for America and everything's going to be perfect. Suddenly, though, they just can't seem to name any of the policies that Kamala Harris has for United States of America. But hey, it's going to be great. Harris is going to do everything perfect, and everything that she is going to do for America is going to be wonderful. They just don't seem to have any knowledge of what those policies are, and they don't actually talk about those policies at all. But they like to talk about Project 2025, and they like to read from their script, because literally every single person that has been on here has been reading from a script, and it is truly the most cringeworthy thing you will ever see.
I've got pictures of marches that we've been on for many years, and it just seems like we're back on the front lines again, and we need you. And she is a member of the ERA, and I thought just by marching, I was, but I'm not. So I have already talked to Kid.
What?
I said, sign me up. I want to be, not only that, I want to be on the board. Of course, I have to be elected, but I want to march. I want to sing it from the mountaintops, and I want to get young women involved in this, because there are so many, there's so many things within this ERA that so many people are just not aware of. What can we do, Jemiah? What can we do
Sorry to
as
hear that one, but
feminists
it's
and
true.
activists
They
and
hate us.
Wonder Women
Thank you,
to
Kimba.
help you, to help Kamala Harris, to help each other in this fight for equality? What can we do? Men and women and Wonder Women and, well, you know.
Wait, what?
Thank
What?
you so
Wait, what
much.
did you say?
I am
What
a
did you
very
say?
Well, you know. In this fight for equality, what can we do? Men and women and Wonder Women and, well, you know.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
In this fight for equality, what can we do? Men and women and Wonder Women and, well, you know.
Thank you so much. I am a very proud member of the ERA board, Jania Wilson. I'm also an author and think a lot about what it means to have access to information. And one of the issues we have is that so many people in our country assume that they are protected by the Constitution, and yet they don't have the adequate access to information and the freedom of expression to have access to the story that they need to know, which is that none of us are free until we all are.
Right.
We need to codify gender equality into the Constitution, and this would secure rights across workplaces, healthcare, reproductive justice, education, sports, STEAM, and beyond. And we can really make a difference by raising awareness, telling the story at our dinner tables, marching in our faith institutions, talking to our representatives, and empowering others who prioritize equality by letting them know that the work has not been done. We need to build a present and a future where no one is left behind. And right now, we are left behind because people of all genders are not protected by the Constitution. So it's important for us to mobilize, organize, all of us who are champions of freedom and justice, like Wonder Woman, to whip out our lassos of truth, use our voices, vote, rally together, and donate the funds to ensure that we will be protected and future generations will be for years to come.
Well, I was informed about coverture, which I did not really understand the word. I didn't even understand what it was. Coverture has been embedded in our societies forever. Coverture is, we come into the world, we are under our father's rule.
Our father's daughter.
Our father's daughter and rule. And rule. And then we are under our husband's rule, legally, and then we are passed down to then we are a dowager and we still have no rights. Then we're passed down to our sons, and then they control. Well, bit by bit, we got some rights, and bit by bit.
What is happening right now? What is happening? This is absolutely fucking amazing, dude.
And now we thought we had them, and now we don't. So
what don't you have? What rights don't you have right now? Name it. Name the right that you don't have right now. Just please tell me. I'm waiting patiently.
We need to get the information that we need, and you know, this is a family thing. This is really important, and I appreciate you so much. And when I get back to Washington, D.C., Megan here and I are going to get together, and we are going to meet with you all, and anything The rest of you all, we need you to donate right now. I need you to donate this very minute before we close this.
I'm gonna be like, that's how I'm gonna do super chat. It's gonna be like, we need you to donate right now. We need you to donate right now. I'm just gonna play that right there. When I can't figure out what to say next, I'm just gonna say, donate to me.
Get together, and we are gonna meet with you all, and anything. The rest of you all, we need you to donate right now.
She forgot what she was gonna say. So her default is to tell people to give her money. Let's fucking go. Linda Carter's a grifter, baby. Linda, listen to me. I can teach you about thumbnails and algorithms. I can make you a YouTube star, okay? Like, we can work this out. You've already got the grift down, all right? I know Danky's here. He's going to be there's going to be some memes from this one.
Together, and we are going to meet with you all, and anything. The rest of you all, we need you to donate right now. Yes. I need you to donate this very minute before we close this out. Donate.
Yeah, let's have the kindness and the equality and, like I said, the plurality, the whole prism of all of us. Let's get the ERA passed. And so thank you so much to the coalition for joining us. Yeah, the prism of us. Please join us in supporting our candidates, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and donating to the campaign.
Let's see what we can, before we close up. Donate, hit the button. Donate, please. Wonder Woman and this fabulous techie human being that ran the United States tech world. Please come and join us. Plus that, all of the people that in this country that helped us tonight, and all of these wonderful, tiny little group of people that put this together. I mean, they just worked their little tails off for a month and then put it together in 8 days. So thank you so much. And thank you to my PR team. Thank you to Sabrina. Thank you to Jess. Thank you to all these people here, and to you, Megan. And thank you all those
everybody
people.
Join us. And the thing that I'm really thankful for is everybody, you guys watching.
Lindy and Wasim.
Yeah, Lindy and Wasim, we're going to go over to the fundraising event. I just want to thank everybody who's taking the time to have conversations with their fellow Americans, to talk to people about voting and getting involved in this election. And let's get the kind of leadership
my client.
We're extraordinary people, all of us. So let's do that. We're going to go check in. Right?
We're going to go check in, but
let's hear what you got.
Hit the buttons, and come with
us. I bet you guys are all excited to know who won tonight. Although I will say it's not over until it's over. So keep pushing, keep cranking it out. We have 43 more days, and do what you can tonight to make a difference. This is your
dude. I got to learn how to grift from these people, man. They know how to grift better than I do.
Chance to be real life heroes. We heard from a lot of fictional heroes that we all love, but this is your chance to be a hero, to save our democracy. Our experiment is very fragile.
Is anyone donating? Yes. They made a lot of money tonight. When I was watching earlier, they had like 22,000 people watching them. So when I was watching earlier,
all you chipping in, we can do this. And so with that said, I want to say that Earth Heroes raised a total of $233,000. Wasim?
Space Explorers, I have some good news, but first I want to say nostalgia was definitely over 9,000 in those last segments. That Trek panel, truly magical stuff. Like, yes, I desperately want to live in a world with Star Trek ideals, and you all have the power to make that happen at the ballot box this November and everything you do up until then. But the most incredible thing about tonight has been all of you.
Shut up.
In Space Explorer.
I just want to say this is the most loving competition I've ever been in. And I want to give a special thanks to Linda Carter, who have lived with you. And this night has history. And that's all. That means
Wasim, I appreciate.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Lindy and Wasim. I appreciate you so much. And to all the geeks and nerds of America, you are seen. You are seen and you are appreciated. But not only that, we need you now more than ever to get out the vote. Get out there and vote. Get out there and help others to learn how to register if they haven't. And go Geeks. Go Harris.
Yeah.
Go to geeksforharris.org to sign up for opportunities. And go ahead.
We've got a geeky to-do list. You can join in on a million things. Travel around. Go to states that are really in the middle of deciding this, and talk to people and listen to them. Listen with your heart, and talk to them about why you care.
Yes, and we are going to put a lot of the geeks and people from around the country right on the screen, and we could not have done it without you. We really are in tears. Just. You know, this was a labor of love from all of us. No one got paid. We all did this just because we want to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and every single person watching, every single person out there that is doing something or wants to do something. We're with you. And Kamala, Vice President and Governor, we're with you 1,000%. Thank you so much.
The American people need you.
Thank you, and good night.
Good night.
What do you want me to say? Like, so when I saw, so this was in the beginning part, but they had Mark Hamill on. So there's Mark Hamill right there. There's Mark Hamill right there.
Me. We work together.
No introduction, Mr. Mark Hamill. We know him, of course, for this theme. We got the Joker, but I mean, if you don't know who he is, you're not on the right Zoom right now, obviously.
Mark, thank you.
Yeah, I thought this was supposed to be the male models for Harris Zoom, so.
I thought this was the hair club for men Zoom. So here we go. We're going to ask a couple quick questions, and these are important because we're going to tell you a lot about why we're here tonight. So first, for our panel here, I got Wonder Woman. I have the Joker. I've got Lex Luthor. Do you prefer playing the hero or the villain?
Who wants to go first?
Me or them?
Let's go. I'm going to go with you first. Go ahead. You lead us.
Me?
You, Linda. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm typecast as a heroine, but I did get an opportunity to play a villain in Law and Order. And I guess I did a really good job because it gave me.
I legit can't watch this. I can't do it. I can't do this anymore. Like, this is just so bad. It's just so fucking bad, dude. Like, I can't believe how cringy this shit is. Like, this is a clip right here. That's I think Danky clipped this out if it's gonna play for me right here. So here we go.
Here we go. This is this my turn to say this? Oh, okay. Sorry. All of them. Oh, I'm so too excited that I got to see Mary. All Americans are such good people, and so many have been fooled by the gold leaf. You know, Americans are solid gold, and we have to look at the
Don't leave,
facts.
Harley Dave.
We need justice, not alternative facts. When Kamala says do something, it's like what you're doing right now, tuning in here, right here with us to learn how you can get out there for good. You know, it is that. It is you. It is being outside of, it's outside here, and it's being in the street, and it's talking to people, and it's getting to vote, and it's listening, taking your precious time to do what you're doing right now. We need your money. We need your money, and we need your vote. So this next performer knows a thing or two about variety shows. You may remember him fondly.
This is tough, man.
the Brock Show. Please give a warm welcome to the iconic, the super duper, the amazing and fabulous, iconic, Andy Brack Barrel. I love you.
I love you too.
Holy shit. What was that? Whew. That was real, dude. That was real. Okay. That is over on my CobraCast 199 Twitter account if you want to go follow that one. I know look, Harley Dave has left. He wants a refund on all of his super chats now. Harley Dave's mad at me, which I don't blame him. I do understand. That was awful. That was awful in more ways than I can count, but it is Gary's fault. So if you want to blame someone, blame Gary. Okay, that's really all it comes down to. So, so right now, you guys, so the stream has 10,000 upvotes to 4,200 downvotes over there. No, I am not telling you to go over there. I'm just informing you. So I'm just letting you know, because somebody asked me if it was ratioed, and no, it is not ratioed. It's not. That's not a good ratio, though. That is not a good ratio at all. But that is not. It is not ratioed at this point in time. So my goodness, that was rough. There are way too many super chats. Any advice on how to clip a YouTube video? I'm just going to have to go through as many as I can get through. Any advice? What do you mean by that? Like in terms of like the YouTube clipping feature, or actually clipping something out that you want to use? If you just Google YouTube downloader on Google, then you will easily find a downloader that you can download YouTube videos. So that would be my suggestion. If you know what, the chat. Oh, here it is right here. I got to retweet that one. Okay. You guys are tagging the hell out of me on all of this stuff that happened, and it is content gold. And that is why Gary is pretty much the king grifter. Okay, look. There you go, chat. Okay, you happy now, chat? You happy? Okay, are you happy? Are you done being mad at me now? Okay, are you done being mad at me? Quit yelling at me, okay? I don't know what the problem is. I don't know why you're always yelling at me. Okay, we appreciate you, chat, okay? So there you go, all right? There you go, okay? Oh, man. Chat's getting chat was really I'm not sure somebody in the chat even threatened to stop calling me gay if I will just shut the stream off. They're like, if we just stop calling you gay, Jeremy, will you just turn this off? And I was like, damn, you guys are desperate, aren't you? So I respect it. But all right. So the people wanted a little bit of, oh, you want Sweeney too? All right. No, you're not getting Breets. Stop asking for Breets. Okay. Stop asking for Breets. I don't know if I can. That's not Sydney Sweeney, is it? That's not really her. I don't think that's her. Holy crap. Some of the stuff I cannot show. Can I show that one? All right, here we go. There you go. All right. We'll pause that. There's your Sweeney shot right there, okay? Where's the guys for us girls? I mean, if you really want, hey, listen, no problem. Here we go. Plus, Alec Baldwin's finger did drop a proper 199. So here you go.
Should I do it?
Do not come.
I'm gonna do it.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
That's the funniest clip ever, dude. Or here you go.
To call Biden a criminal. Why is that? He is a criminal. He's a criminal. He got caught. Read his laptop. And you know who's a criminal? You're a criminal for not reporting it. You are a criminal for not reporting it. Let me tell you something. Joe Biden is a criminal, and he's been a criminal for a long time. And you're a criminal in the media for not reporting it. Good luck, everybody. Have a good.
Good luck, everybody. Have a good time. Good luck, everybody. Mugsikins for 50 says palate cleanser. The son of the Florida Pew Pew guy from a certain golf course has been arrested by the FBI today for having images of you-know-what, abusive pictures of you-know-what. P.S. I hate you now. Yeah, he was busted. And this is the same guy that was basically saying, well, my dad hated Trump just like every other normal person hates Trump. And now he got busted for the exact thing that you would imagine, because those that preach the loudest have the most to hide. You know, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Those that preach the loudest have the most to hide. You know what? You want to see a picture that goes hard? All right, right there. All right. That picture that's a good ass picture right there. Okay. That is a badass picture. That is how you make America great again. All right. You got Elon, you got Trump. That is a badass picture. That's pretty cool. I have to use that one for a thumbnail. Break the matrix. AI is terrifying, Nips. I agree. AI is absolutely terrifying. There's one more. I showed this yesterday on CobraCast, but I think it's important. So you guys know that they are going after Janet Jackson now for her comments about Kamala Harris. And so it got a video circulating that reminds everyone that you can always find stuff on Trump that just continues to show that Donald Trump was always ahead of the curve on everything. So I have always said that, and I also believe that it's not even like, I don't even think that it's a debate. Some people, I guess there's some people out there that believe it, but Michael Jackson, I've always been an advocate for Michael Jackson's innocence. And all you need to do is the slightest bit of research and you would see that Michael Jackson did absolutely nothing wrong. But this video was started to circulate the other day on social media right here.
That could mean life in prison. And cases like this can depend on the testimony of the child accuser.
In general, the child will be able to recall and recollect with some detail the incident, and that is persuasive to a jury.
So this is Kamala Harris back in San Francisco when she was a California DA. This is Kamala Harris that was targeting Michael Jackson all the way back then.
If it is the only testimony that is available.
Jackson gave a wave when he was released after booking. He's scheduled for arraignment in January.
Michael's been a longtime resident of Trump Tower.
And guess who had Michael Jackson's back all that time ago? You know it.
Last night, the Donald strongly reiterated his defense of Jackson with Larry King by going after the accuser's mother.
She's had plenty of experience at going after people, and she goes after them viciously and violently. And I saw a story and I read another story about some of the things she's done. And I don't believe it.
But you know what it's like when an indictment comes down.
It's tough.
It's presumption.
It's tough. It's tough to win. But I have a feeling he's going to win, Larry. The interesting thing is I've known Michael from many different standpoints. And Michael would spend a lot of time with my kids. I have beautiful kids. And at the time, like at Mar-a-Lago and even in Trump Tower, the kids were very young. Michael would come, play with the kids. He just loved children. He was not a child molester. And I am certain of that. He loved children. He'd play with my son Eric and my son Donald, and he'd just play with them forever. He loved children, but he was not a child molester. And, you know, that whole final saga of Neverland and the police and what they did was, I think, a very, very bad part of Michael's life.
There you go, man. Trump just on top of, just always ahead of the curve, man. Always ahead of the curve. And you can think whatever you want about Michael Jackson, but I've always been an advocate for Michael Jackson's innocence, and because ultimately Michael Jackson was too popular, he was too successful, and he was too much of a kind soul that wanted to see a better world. That's truly what he wanted. That was Michael Jackson's biggest crime, is that he wanted a better world. He wanted world peace. He wanted to help as many people as possible. He wanted to stop the endless wars, and he was too powerful and influential. And if you don't understand how big Michael Jackson was at his peak, then you're never going to fully understand it. As someone that lived through it, I'm telling you right now, Michael Jackson, you can't put into words how big Michael Jackson was at the time. I remember when his Dangerous album released, network television shut down just so they could premiere his black or white music video. Like, they shut every fucking thing down to premiere his music video, dude. It was insane. Michael Jackson was the biggest star in the world, and it wasn't even close. I mean, it wasn't even close. It was insane how big of a star he was, and the impact he had, and the influence he had, and all his message was love everybody, help the less fortunate, and they hated him for it. They hated Michael Jackson for the fact that he loved people and he wanted to help people. That's it. That's really what it comes down to. So MJ at the Super Bowl was crazy. 100%, man. 100%. But I love Michael Jackson. I've always loved Michael Jackson. And the funny story is so I was doing a stream years and years ago. I've told this publicly, so it's fine. I got permission to tell it publicly, but I was doing a stream on Geeks and Gamers a long time ago. And I'd never talked about Michael Jackson, and randomly, like, someone sent like a donation or something, and they were asking me about Michael Jackson. And I basically said what I said here, that Michael never did anything wrong. I always believed that Michael was innocent. I always stood by Michael Jackson. He's the greatest entertainer I've ever seen. And I thought he was a great person, and it was horrible what they did to him, yada, yada, yada. Not long after that, I get a message from Taj Jackson, Michael's nephew. And, I didn't believe it. I was like, this must be a fake account. There's no way the real Taj Jackson is messaging me. And it turned out that, yeah, we talked, we got on a phone call, and Taj told me, he said, I was watching your stream. I never knew, because Taj is a big advocate for Michael's innocence. So we're talking on the phone, and Taj told me, he said, I remember watching the stream and somebody asked you, and he said, and I held my breath, because I was like, when somebody asked you about my uncle, I was worried. I didn't know what you were going to say because I'd never heard you talk about him. And he said, and when you finally said how much you loved him and how you thought he was innocent, he said it was like a big sigh of relief because I was a big fan of your channel. And I'm like, holy shit. And so, yeah, so Taj is great. I just messaged Taj the other day. We need to catch up. It's been a while since we really caught up, but I did message him because obviously, Tito passing away and everything like that. So, but yeah. That interview with Taj was so great. Yes, I did the interview with Taj on Geeks and Gamers. And I remember the first time I talked to Taj, he was in Vegas and he was hanging out. Like, Janet had a concert or whatever. I'm like, what life am I living where I'm talking to a member of the Jackson family and he's hanging out with Janet? What in the hell is happening right now? It's the craziest thing ever, so you could have never, ever convinced me. You could have never convinced me that that would have happened, but it did. It did. So I'm okay with that. That's pretty cool stuff. Let's see here. Yep. All right. I'm trying to see if there's. I wanted to show you guys the Trump. Oh, look at here. Trump just tweeted this. I briefly watched the interview with Stephen Colbert on highly government subsidized, I'll never say that name, PBS, and found it fascinating for only one reason. Why would they be wasting time and the public's money on this complete and total loser? He is not funny, which he gets paid far too much to be. He is not wise. He is very boring, and his show is dying from a complete lack of viewers. Gutfeld on cable is killing him. CBS should terminate his contract and pick almost anyone right off the street who would do it better and for far less. Or I could recommend someone much more talented and smarter who would do it for free. The good news for Steven is that the two dopes on NBC and ABC are not much better than him. Like, Trump just randomly just destroys Stephen Colbert. This is fucking great. This is what we need, man. Just like, you know what? Fuck Stephen Colbert. I'm about to send a tweet out and just annihilate him. Fucking love Trump, dude. It's so funny, man. For no reason. Oh shit. It's fantastic, dude. Oh man. I love Trump just sitting there for no reason whatsoever. Just like, fuck you, Stephen Colbert. He's like, I might go to bed, but before I go to bed, I'm about to send this tweet out and just destroy Colbert. Uh-oh. Looky here. Wait a minute. Looks like Tim Pool blocked Adam Krigler. Look at here. Tim Pool blocked Adam. What? All right, let me go to Tim Pool's timeline. Or let me go to Adam's timeline. Adam Krigler. Okay. I'm trying to find it. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay. Here's the tweet. Here's the tweet interaction. Okay. So Tim tweets out, I've been playing Magic longer than you. And he's got a Magic the Gathering card. There we go. So so I like this earlier. That's right. Okay. Didn't you buy that in 2020? Why do you just reply nasty all the time? Get it all out, Adam. It's been years and you just never stop. It's not healthy. I haven't said a bad word about you. It was nice knowing you. Wish you the best. Damn. I didn't see. So when Adam sent this out earlier, I saw it. I was like, damn. Adam always makes like sarcastic comments to Tim. Tim was like, fuck you. I was like, damn. So that's pretty funny, actually. So Tim is very sensitive, very sensitive. So that's pretty great. That's pretty great. Oh, well, it is what it is. Tough day for you, Tim. Tough day, I guess. So, okay, I got to read some super chats and we got to wrap this up. I still got videos to make on Geeks and Gamers. I was not prepared for this. You guys have been insane tonight on the super chats. So let's see here. Let's go back up to the top. AOE 2 Freaks. Sorry I didn't get this one earlier. Sorry I didn't get any of these earlier. Anytime in your broadcast, I say, let's play the Eat the Cat song. Tonight was a rough one, man. We were really, really busy tonight. Harley Dave says, check out the Tucker monologue in PN that he posted today. It's actually quite spectacular. The rest of the show was equally amazing with Alex Jones and Jack Posobiec, but the monologue itself will make you feel better. Hail the 199. Okay, then let's look that up right now. You know what? We might be live for a long time. Fuck it. You know, the people deserve what they get. You know, what the people deserve a good performance from me. So whatever, man. We're here for a while. Twitter video is trash, bro. Okay? This is what I'm looking at on Twitter video right now. This is what I'm looking at. Finally. Twitter video is terrible. Come on, Twitter video. Let's go. I'm not calling it X video. Not going to do that. Is this on YouTube? Because if it's on YouTube, I can play it on YouTube right now. So let me go over to YouTube and see if it's on YouTube. Let's see. Tucker Carlson. Let's see here. Yeah, here it is. Okay. All right. I got it on YouTube.
you. I am legitimately glad to be here.
Mike said, I don't know, man. X video sounds kind of catchy.
Thank you. Well, it is a great country. And thank you for saying that. This is our 12th city. And out of 16, and one of the things that I wanted, I love you too. Thank you. I wanted, if you spend your life experiencing the United States through your phone, which I think all of us do, you really lose track of what it's actually like. And you do. And I do think that part of the lie, part of the plan for the rest of us is to convince us that our country sucks. And that's not true at all. And that's why it's been such a blessing to go coast to coast. 8:30 this morning, I was on the Conestoga River in your state. Beautiful. You could have been anywhere, Montana, New Zealand. It was incredible. And I ran into people in the park where I was looming, not in a threatening way, but wandering around one of your parks. And they said to me, "Oh my gosh, we just saw Alex Jones wandering in the park." Actually, and they weren't afraid. They were delighted. And they were great people. And that's kind of the point, is that in 12 cities, from East Coast to West Coast to the middle to back to the East Coast, I haven't met a single angry person. I haven't met a single nasty person. I haven't met anybody mistreating anybody else. I met exactly the opposite. I have met the warmest, kindest, most loving, hilarious, eccentric people I've ever met. And those are the people I grew up with. This is the country I remember. And so, no, it's true though. It actually is great. And I've just been reminded of that. So thank you. And thank you for having me. So with that said, and I've been in a good mood despite being away from my wife and dogs.
All right, so I'm going to try to multitask here. I'm going to start highlighting all of your comments from earlier, your super chats, as we're listening to Tucker, because there's no way I'm going to get through all of these if I don't highlight all of them while he's talking. So we're going to do that.
I've been in a good mood every day for the last 21 days, really until today when I got back from wandering around one of your parks. And I see this picture of your governor. I actually don't really want to show up in somebody else's state and like attack their politicians, because that's not my state or Commonwealth. But I saw a photograph of your governor, Josh Shapiro, standing with a foreign leader signing an artillery shell that is going to kill civilians in a country we're not at war with a grin on his face. And I had a couple of thoughts. I was disgusted by it, actually. I was enraged by it. And here's why. Let me be specific about here's why. The first reason is, I've been driving around Pennsylvania, and actually I've fished here a lot over the course of my life. And so I know the state pretty well. And there are some, this is really one of the prettiest out of 50, maybe the prettiest in spots out of 50. It's ridiculous how pretty it is. But there are some hurting places in this state, like actually, where people don't have jobs, where, beautiful buildings in utter disrepair, walking back from dinner last night, people sleeping on the sidewalk, things that we should not put up with in a country with self-respect. And our leaders did that, actually. And so for anybody in charge of anything in this country, and particularly in this state, to be spending time, money, or concern on a foreign country's problems enraged me. It enraged me.
Hell yeah, Tucker.
How dare you lecture me about problems in some other place, whether it's in Eastern Europe or the Middle East or Central Africa? I don't care. I don't wish any of those people harm at all. I wish everyone well. But for you to spend your time worrying about that and paying for that, when your own state, people in your own state are literally living on the sidewalk, damn you, actually. I mean that. Because a leader's only job is to take care of the people he leads. Period. It's not to end global climate change. It's not to defeat Vladimir Putin or anybody else.
It's to protect and watch over the people he leads. This is true of any organization, starting with the most basic organization in any society, which is the family. A father's job is to watch over his family. And
there's a fucking spider right over my desk that I have to go kill. So it's distracting the living hell out of me right now. So I'm going to have to go kill it. I wish I could turn the camera around and I could show you guys. But I'm going to I'm still going to hear Tucker, but I got to kill this fucking spider. Okay.
And if his kids are sick and have drug problems and he takes off to another country to deal with other people's children in a faraway land, he has abandoned his family. And I don't care what story he tells you about himself and what a great and caring and compassionate person he is, and I don't care how much he attacks you for noticing, he is a bad father and a bad man because he has violated his sacred duty to his own children. That's why he's here, is to watch over his children. And the same is true for all organizations, whether it's a military unit or the office you work in or the town you live in or the state you reside in or the nation you were born in. The people who run it have one job, and that's to watch out for you because they're your leaders. And when they ignore that, they are evil, period. They're not misguided. There's no...
Tucker needs to be in the Trump administration, dude. Like Tucker understands what America is all about. We need this dude in the Trump administration, 100%.
No way that someone who lives in this state, particularly who claims to represent this state, was born in this state. I'm one of you. I'm from Pennsylvania. You don't notice that you take a city like the one I woke up in this morning where my wife went to grade school, and it's a beautiful city built over centuries by hardworking immigrants, by the way, German mostly, but probably from lots of other places. And they spent hundreds of years making this a great city. And I walked through it this morning on the way to the park, and the streets are covered in garbage and broken needles. It's like, you don't notice that? Really, Josh Shapiro? You don't notice that? How can you not notice that? There's someone sleeping right there. And you're lecturing me about Ukraine? Damn you. There's no concern at all. And where there's no concern, there's no love, actually. Concern grows from love. It's organic. It's easy. You didn't have to read a book about how to love your children. It came naturally to you. They're your children. And by the way, that's enough. I'm one of them. Not super well-educated, non-geniuses. We have a lot of dumb parents who are pretty good parents. Not because they learned some theory about parenting from the Harvard School of Parenting, but because they love their children. And if you love your children, you may make a mistake here and there. I have. Every parent has. But over time, if your actions are guided by a sincere love for your child, that child's going to be okay. Because that's all that matters. And so, if over time you totally ignore the material and spiritual condition of your people, if they wind up sleeping on the street and the storefronts are closed and the windows are broken and they can't walk to CVS without getting mugged, and it's physically unclean, that's not an accident. They don't love you. They hate you. That is true. Do not listen. I talk for a living, so I think a lot about this, about words and their use. And I use words, we all do, to communicate with other people. It's what separates us from the animals. It's not the opposable thumb. Whoever thought of that is an idiot. It's language. It's language. It's the ability to be precise about the way we feel and communicate that to another person, to pass on information, to pass on our history. That's what our culture is. It's talking. And that's great. But words are also, if you think about it, a means of deception. They are a vector for lying. How do the lies reach you? Because they come out of somebody's mouth. So if you're in my business and you think a lot about language and you're around people who are lying for a living, after a while, you lose faith in it. You do. And after a while, at least if you're me, you decide, I'm going to be a lot more like my dog. My dog is not a fluent English speaker. Genius, but doesn't speak English. And yet my dog and your dog and everyone's dog knows exactly what's up. They can't hear a word you say, they only watch you. And when you move over and pick up the bowl, it's dinner time. You didn't tell them that, they're watching what you do. And I've decided that's a much more accurate way to judge intent. You can say, well, I have a plan because I'm so compassionate. I really care about you and all your communities. First of all, anyone who uses the word community is lying to you. Because there's no such thing as a community. There are only people, actually, with names and fingerprints.
If I highlight them, I'm still going to go back and read them. It might not be, it may be on a catch up, but I mean, so I'm not going to not read them. Okay. I'm going to read them at some point. So just, I'm trying to multitask right now and give them the proper, some type of recognition while I'm still showing this.
They're only individuals. No woman ever gave birth to a community. There's no such thing. Talking about communities is a way of ignoring actual people. Really, name 3 people in the community. What are their middle names? Who are their moms? Do you know their moms? You don't know anything about the community. Community is a way to make your responsibility more diffuse and less specific. I don't want to hear about a community. How about that guy? He's on fentanyl. There's a spreading puddle of urine in front of him. That's an American citizen. That's someone you're supposed to love. Your job is to love that person, and you're doing nothing for that person because you're lecturing me about the community is the truth. And I'm sorry to say it, I drive into this town. I've been coming to Reading, not very often, but like once every 4 or 5 years. It's like, you know, your college roommate's kids, they grow so fast, you know, because you don't see them that much. So I come to Reading like sporadically, but pretty consistently over like 40 years now. Not better. It's a beautiful town, actually. It's a beautiful town. Like someone spent a lot of time building Reading, Pennsylvania. It's super obvious as you drive in. It's not a bunch of dollar stores. No, there are a bunch of big, substantial brick buildings built over 100 years by people who cared. And to see a town like that dying from lack of care, from lack of love, but it's not just Josh Shapiro. Trust me, it's a whole line. It's decades of politicians who didn't love you. That enrages me. And then to see him direct his love toward a foreign leader and a foreign population that he knows nothing about. He doesn't speak Ukrainian. What do you know about Ukraine, Josh Shapiro?
Yeah, let's go.
It's a way for his friends to get rich and him to puff himself up like some sort of fake world leader and seem like he cares. He's got bigger concerns in mind. Geopolitical. You may not know that word. Geopolitical. Trust me, Josh Shapiro has no freaking idea what that word means. But more to the point, Josh Shapiro's only job is to protect and enhance the lives of people in Reading and Pottstown and every other town in this state, including, and I'm just going to say it, and you're going to jeer me, including Philadelphia. I know. Philadelphia, I get it. But Philadelphia, whatever else that you could say about it, is filled with American citizens. American citizens, your brothers and sisters in your common Americanness, fellow citizens. Yeah, right there. And my nephew from Philadelphia, my brother-in-law from Philadelphia, right now here, great people. And how is that city doing? I mean, it's a reliable source of political power for creeps like Josh Shapiro, because it's
I see some, is it, I don't know how to say your last name, Sayafi? I'm embarrassed to ask because I've been watching forever, but what does IDOT mean? The chat will let you know. As a matter of fact, I think Canman or Jessica can link you to the IDOT video, the source of it. And we do have the IDOT t-shirt for sale right now on 221B Tactical, so make sure you go over there. You like that segue? You like that? But yeah, they can, the chat can definitely get you squared away.
Easy to rig it in Philadelphia. And that's what we spend all our time talking about. But what we never talk about is the zombies walking under public transportation there. And they're not zombies, actually. They're Americans with names. And they're dying. And he doesn't care. And giving them a safe place to shoot up is not love, it's hate.
Dude, this is so good. What Tucker is doing right now is powerful.
I don't care what they call it.
This is powerful stuff,
and that's
man.
What I mean about language. They can dress up hate as love. Oh, that's love. It's compassion. It's caring. It's harm reduction. Really? Your kid comes home and is like, I'm a junkie. You're like, well, here's some needles. I'm going to give you some time in your room to shoot fentanyl. What? You're going to chain him to the freaking radiator until he gets better. Of course, or do whatever you can to get that child off a drug that can and will kill him. You would never make it easier for your kid to kill himself. And that's exactly what they're doing. And then they're lecturing you about harm reduction. You're evil, actually. That's how I feel when I hear that. Having lost a lot of people I love to drugs, I bet there's not one person in this room who doesn't know someone who's died from drugs. You think Josh Shapiro stays up late worrying about that? No, he stays up late worrying that Ukraine doesn't have enough weapons of mass destruction to win some unwinnable war.
Whew. This is good, man.
You're evil, if that's your concern. So the only way you judge people is by the effects of what they do. You judge the tree by the fruit. And you can say, well, I'm a lemon tree. I'm a lemon tree. Bright orange, tart, but delicious with Diet Coke. I'm a lemon tree. Really? Because those are pomegranates, honey. Those aren't lemons. You're lying. You are not a lemon tree. Those are pomegranates. I know, because there's the fruit. You can tell me you care about the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but they're dying of drug ODs, and you're doing nothing other than sending more weapons of mass destruction to some creepy guy in a tracksuit. And that's the other thing that enraged me, and I didn't expect to give a speech like this because I'm really trying to cool the temperature and remind all of us that we're all Americans and we all have something in common. But it just spun me up so completely watching that grinning ghoul with that other grinning ghoul signing an artillery shell. He's never seen one go off. I have. And anybody who takes delight in the death of civilians is a freak. That's just a fact. And there's something forbidden about saying that, particularly if you're on the right. I've been on the right my whole life. I've never been on the left. I've never been some freaky liberal. Okay? Ever. And I never will be. So I think I have the authority to say, if you take delight in the suffering of other human beings, you're evil. And I mean that. That's what my religion tells me. That's what common sense tells me. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. And yet they do. Because the truth is they're violence worshipers, actually. They're violence worshipers. They are.
I got to pause it for a minute because we have a tweet from the man himself right here. Big threats on my life by Iran. The entire United States military is watching and waiting. Moves were already made by Iran that didn't work out, but they will try again. Not a good situation for anyone. I am surrounded by more men, guns, and weapons than I have ever seen before. Thank you to Congress for unanimously approving far more money to Secret Service. 0 no votes. Strictly bipartisan. Nice to see Republicans and Democrats get together on something. An attack on a former president is a death wish for the attacker. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow. When Trump says I'm surrounded by more men, guns, and weapons than I have ever seen before, holy shit. Dude, I'm telling you, man, shit's getting crazy. All right. We are not prepared for what we are about to see for these next 43 days. Holy crap, man. I'm retweeting that right now. Wow. This is wild, dude. This is wild. So pray for President Trump. Pray for President Trump and for this country because this is some scary, scary stuff right now, man. Scary, scary stuff indeed. And look, man, just I'm going to be live. I'm going to be going live a lot, okay, in a lot of different, perspectives, a lot of different random times. I was not prepared to go live tonight, and yet here we are because a lot's happened and a lot's going to continue to happen.
And how do you know that? By what they do? Not what they say. Oh, it's all about freedom and compassion. Really? An entire generation of Ukrainians has been killed in a war they literally can't win. And they get off on it. They love it. They love violence. That's why every federal agency with guns, they've taken over. No, they love it. And why do they love it? Because it makes them feel like God. That's why. Because the one power that God possesses that we do not possess is the power to create and end life. You can kill in self-defense. We can argue about what the self-defense is. I mean, that's, it's a whole conversation, which is a legitimate conversation. But what we know we can't do because we are not God is murder people because they're in the way, or murder people to get rich. You can't be Dick Cheney, actually. Sorry, it's not allowed.
A lot of people seem to have been reaching the same conclusion recently, which is that being a little healthier, being spiritually grounded, eating right, paying attention.
Here's his ad read. We respect the grift around here. We always respect the grift.
Like 1/3 of your life is spent asleep, and sleeping well makes you much happier and more productive.
Tucker going to run in 28 or 32?
Some of the products that we've been looking at,
maybe
about entering into partnerships with, are based on sleep. And we've got one we really like. It's called Cozy Earth. Cozy Earth makes, among other things, bamboo sheets. Bamboo sheets? Well, we tried them, and they're awesome. Bamboo sheets are really soft and breathable, and they keep you cool all night long, and they get even softer with every wash. You got to try it. And they don't just make sheets. They do pajamas and robes, leisure wear, bath towels. They make a whole bunch of stuff out of bamboo, and it's cool. It's not just this weird, oh, it's bamboo. Actually, it's great. Try it. They make great gifts. At Cozy Earth, the quality is backed up by a 10-year warranty. They offer even a 100-night sleep trial. 100 nights.
We respect the grift around here,
Didn't
okay?
take us 100 nights to get into it, but try it for yourself. So make your life more comfortable. Head over to CozyEarth.com/Tucker and use the promo code Tucker for up to 40% off. You will feel the difference. CozyEarth.com/Tucker and use the promo code Tucker for a big discount.
And so when Dick Cheney and his creepy, freaky little daughter joined the Kamala Harris for president campaign, everyone's like, oh, that's so shocking. I can't quite believe that. No. All the people who worship violence are now on the same side. Yeah, it's disgusting. And you may not have thought about how disgusting it is because the one thing they're good at, the only thing, their unique talent, it's not building anything. It's not creating anything. When was the last time someone built something beautiful and useful in Reading? When was the last time one of your leaders was like, we're going to make it better in Reading? Well, it's been a long time. Josh Shapiro hasn't done it. But the one thing they are good at is seizing the moral high ground. Immediately. No matter what they're doing, whether it's giving drugs to junkies, crack pipes to crackheads, abetting the largest example of human trafficking in the history of the West, which is what they're doing right now, is they move 15 million people illegally into our country from around the world. The girls get sold off to coyotes. They did that. They're human traffickers at scale. No, that's just a fact. That, by the way, that's not a crackpot opinion. That's just true. And yet they turn to you, every person in this room, the people with useful jobs, the kind of jobs that actually are essential. And they're like, you're just bad people. Really? Oh, you're bad people? Really? There was an analysis done. Bobby Kennedy told me this, and I checked it. It's true. In the last election, Biden voters own 70% of the wealth in the United States, and Trump voters own 30%. And I thought to myself, on the one hand, it's like, okay, Republican Party is now the party of working class people. Great. But then I thought, how did they get 70% of the
Hey man, well, first of all, and just because you've given a lot tonight, but nobody has to give me a dime. As long as people are here and enjoying what we're doing, that's honestly all I care about. Obviously, do I like the super chats? Yes. Do I like money? Yes. Do you have to give me money for me to make videos and content? Absolutely not. But I do appreciate it. But as long as the people are enjoying what we're doing, that's why we do it.
wealth? They don't do anything, actually. They have no skills. There's nothing they do that we really need. In fact, most of it's bad. I mean, ask yourself, if your average Biden voter somehow got pulled out of the workforce, would you be okay?
Well, technically I am, because I do get ad money because you watch. So technically I am going to get probably a dime from you out of ad money, but I see your point. No,
I'm really, how long do you think this country could survive without private equity? A week? Before we all just starve to death? How long could you and your family make it without a DEI consultant on site?
What the?
No, I'm serious. Could you get
What? What? Holy shit. Good God. Okay, the funniest part of this whole story, Laughing Man, you mad lad. Laughing Man gave Jay the same super chat, okay, when Jay hit 100,000. Okay? This is a true story, okay? This is a true story. He gives Jay this massive super chat. Now, later on, I pick up my phone and I'm watching Jay's stream. Okay? I had Jay's stream on my computer and I had it on my phone. You remember this, Harley Dave? Okay. I pick up my phone and I'm watching Jay's stream on my computer as well. I pick up my phone and I don't know what I did. Somebody was talking to me or something, and my fingers are like all fumbling around on my phone. I fucking banned Laughing Man. And now the only reason I knew that I banned him was because I saw on the screen of the computer, it was like D-Day Cobra timed out Laughing Man for 24 hours or some shit like that or whatever. I was like, did I just ban the guy that dropped Jay a massive super chat? I didn't mean to do that. I'm like, how did I ban him of all people? So thank you for the amazing, generous super chat. I do not deserve that at all, but thank you, man. That is unbelievable. Gosh, you guys, I'm humbled every time I go live. I really am. But you know what? You probably do it. You probably do it because I'm not talking and I'm letting Tucker talk. So let's get back to Tucker.
At to Halloween? Or would one of your little children stare up at you with doe eyes and say, Mommy, I need a DEI consultant. I need it now. I need it now. Honestly, I need a school counselor or some heavy-set nurse to convince me to go trans. I need that. Honestly, I need Tim Walls talking to me about my sex life in high school. Really, I need a creep like Tim Walls. No, I do. I need it. I need it bad. Yeah, that guy's not creepy. Okay. Let your instincts be your guide on that one, let me just say. As I always would tell my children, if someone seems creepy, he is. Am I indicting him for the crime? Nope, I don't have any evidence. I don't need any. That guy's a creep. Sorry. Chances my dogs would bark at Tim Walls if he came over to my house? 100%. Oh, yeah, they would. They'd back him into a corner. I'd be like, stop that. And they wouldn't stop because they know. But the point is that entire, not just political party, but class of people has created an entire economy and credentialing system to reward themselves with money and power that is not deserved. That's exactly the truth. I don't like to swear, but the phrase bullshit jobs is a real thing. Those are all bullshit jobs, every single one of them. And yet they're lecturing.
And I know people in the chat have been mentioning it. So, hey, listen, we're here to make sure we take care of the people. Okay. So here we go. Oh man, what the fuck just happened? Well, I guess I can't do it yet. So give me a second. Stupid fucking Twitter. The Twitter inbox is trash. So give me a minute. I'm looking for it. I had it pulled up. And now it's completely gone. Where did it go? I don't have the Rippa clip anymore, but I'm looking for it. So, oh my gosh, there's that one too. Okay, here we go. I finally got it. Twitter will not let me do a fucking full screen of that goddamn video. Fuck it. I guess we'll do it later. Twitter's being gay. So I don't understand why Twitter does that.
People who, I don't know, plumb your house? Keep you from getting murdered? Put out the fires when they start? Rescue you after a car crash on the highway? Build the building you live in? Pave the road you drive on? Grow the food you eat? Those are the deplorables? Really? Good luck when the power goes out, honey. You can call your average college administrator to save you.
Tucker's laugh is the best.
So I guess all I would say, and I will stop at this, do not write this on a note, post it to your fridge. Do not allow the worst and most useless people this country has ever produced. We've added nothing of beauty or value, never fought a war to keep you free, never done anything for you. They just sat and watched as your communities died and laughed and got richer. Do not let those people for 1 second occupy the moral high ground. They're all Tim Walz. They are. They're guilty, and they know they're guilty. That's why they're hysterical. When you see Kamala Harris, before she fully gets control of herself, you can see that glint of fear in her eyes. She has no idea what she's doing. She has no idea how she got here. She's never done anything in her life, and somehow she's the Democratic nominee. She could be elected president. And for 1 second, because the camera does tell the truth until people pull themselves together, for 1 second, you can see Kamala Harris in total panic. I'm Montel Williams' side piece. What am I doing here?
Whoa!
That's how they all feel. They know.
What? Holy shit, Tucker! Tucker!
No idea how she got here. She's never done anything in her life, and somehow she's the Democratic nominee. She could be elected president. And for 1 second, because the camera does tell the truth until people pull themselves together, for 1 second, you can see Kamala Harris in total panic. I'm Montel Williams' side piece. What am I doing here? That's how they all feel. They know how inadequate they are. They know how guilty they are. They know how Jeffrey Epstein died, and they're terrified that you will find out. So do not let them give you a lecture about anything. They are not your moral superiors. They're your moral inferiors. They are lucky you let them live here. And never forget that. So with that, I want to invite on a friend of mine. Thank you so much. Sorry, I kind of lost control. I wanted to give a speech about healing, but I was so mad about Reading that I just lost it. I lost it. So Jack Posobiec is actually from this area. He's so from this area. I just met his entire family, numbered in the hundreds. All awesome people, and he and I have talked about this because I actually am interested in Pennsylvania specifically. One of the oldest states, was our capital. Like, it's an amazing place with an amazing
Harley
history.
Dave, of course.
And we've talked a lot about what's happened to it, and we've also talked a lot about Kamala Harris's latest surrogate, Zelensky. And so I thought it would be fun and interesting to bring him out. Jack Posobiec, a man I respect and like personally. Here he is.
Can everyone join me in giving Tucker Carlson a warm Pennsylvania welcome tonight?
I like Jack Posobiec. He doesn't like me, but I like Jack Posobiec.
Thank you. Oh, thank you for doing this. We've talked. You and I have talked, in private a lot about what's happened to the state, but I just have to ask you, since I'm so spun up, and I'll shut up and let you describe your views, which are more interesting than mine. But Zelensky, last I checked, was like a foreign.
Why doesn't Jack like me? Because I ratioed him on Twitter when he was talking shit about the Tulsa King, when he was calling the Tulsa King woke, and I ratioed him. And I've always followed Jack, but then he did a soft block on me where he blocked me and then unblocked me to make me unfollow him. And so, yeah, we had a little back and forth over that. I have followed him since because Jack's he's a good follow on Twitter. But yeah, he got mad because I ratioed him on Twitter.
Leader from a foreign country. And he flies over to the United States on U.S. military aircraft at your expense. That could be going to the guy dying right outside this building of a fentanyl OD. And he shows up in Pennsylvania, the key swing state in the closest presidential election of my lifetime, to stump for Kamala Harris and Democrats in this state. Am I misreading what's happening here?
Tucker, the only thing that I would add is that none of this is happening by chance. We didn't lose our homes. We didn't lose our towns. We didn't lose our economy. We didn't lose our cities like the great city of Philadelphia. And it was a great city, and it will be a great city again. We didn't lose it by chance. It was taken from us.
It certainly was. In the name of compassion, it was. But I'm just sort of, I mean, you're a military officer, intel guy, you have a big foreign policy background, you've been around the world. Is it weird? I'm just stuck on this, and I'll stop after this, but is it weird to have a foreign leader whose salary we're paying, whose country we're supporting, we're paying the retirement benefits of Ukrainian civil servants when our people are really hurting? Is it weird to have that? Is he allowed to stump for Kamala Harris? So what about all the freaking Republicans who voted to fund this ghoul? Like, what are they saying about this?
So here's how it works, right? So why does Reading look the way that it does? Why does Montgomery County? And by the way, if anyone's here from Norristown, Pennsylvania, I'm from Norristown, Pennsylvania, born and raised 1400 block of Norristown, Pennsylvania, Powell Street. Every single school that I've gone to since before college has been shut down. The hospital that I was born in has been demolished. My high school is currently in the process of being demolished. And you want to know where all that money went?
I found the clip that I was talking about. So here's me and Posobiec on Twitter right here. So he basically put this clip of the Tulsa King up, and he said it's woke. And so I put this tweet out. I quote tweeted him and said, another out of touch right winger, maybe do some research before you start calling out wokeness. Tulsa King is amazing. He says, wow, you found one clip where he says something about pronouns. The rest of the show is completely woke. You are a fool, and slobber all over the scraps Hollywood passes you between their legs. Okay. So then I responded, that says, speaking of slobbering, with him and a picture of Jack Murphy. And he didn't like that. He did not like that at all. So that's when he did like a soft block on me. And of course, he had 792 likes on his. I had 944 on mine. So that's why he got mad at me. So I was like, hey, bro, you're the one that called me a fool and talked about slobbering. So it was fair game at that point. Okay. It was fair game. And so, yeah, he was not too happy with me on that one. So
you want to know where all that economic opportunity went? Well, it's gone to places like Shanghai. And then now it's gone to places like Iraq. And then it went to places like Afghanistan. And now, with
that said, I do like Jack Posobiec, and he is he's very much an ally in this whole thing. I like Posobiec. We just disagree on a fucking show, and he fucking acts like a leftist by blocking me.
Now it's being sent to Ukraine to kill people, to kill Christians in a war that has nothing to do with us, that has nothing to do with the people in this room. And every single person in this room, by the way, is paying the cost. You're paying the cost of it in, number one, in terms of money. And then number two, if this thing continues and goes even further the way they want it to, you'll pay the cost in blood. And I'll tell you this, when you look at little Josh Shapiro, by the way, it's amazing how Josh Shapiro had to wear the big lifts to make sure that he was a little taller than Zelensky, because it's true, because they're actually the same height. If you put Zelensky on Josh Shapiro's shoulders, they'd still both be looking up at Barron.
That's quite an image, I gotta be honest.
The memesters will be hard at work. But what's really going on, Tucker, is go look at not just Zelensky in that video, go look at Josh Shapiro. I've never seen Josh Shapiro, and I've known the guy for 18 years. I've never seen him more excited or giddy or gleeful as he was in that picture, sending the money and the war and the bombs and the violence abroad. And when you look at a guy like that, when you look at a guy who presided over turning my great hometown of Norristown into a killing zone, who presides currently over Philadelphia, which is a killing zone, and is now going off and participating in the killing that's going on in Ukraine. You talked about religion, Tucker, and I just look at it and I say, this guy does not serve God, he serves death.
Well, I mean, kind of by definition,
I mean, without even getting the whole Ukraine thing, I'll just bottom line it and tell you, if you don't already know, you've been lied to. There was never a chance that Ukraine was going to beat Russia, whatever you think of it. I don't even have very strong feelings about it because I'm not from there. I'm from the United States, but Russia's 100 million more people. I mean, it was always going to end, as it has, in the deaths of an entire generation of Ukrainians. It's the saddest thing I've ever seen. Zelensky has changed the law, so now foreign companies, Kamala Harris donors, can buy their farmland. There's going to be no Ukraine, thanks to these monsters. And it makes me sad as hell. But it's not so different from what they've done to where you grew up. So if you could just explain the town you grew up in, what it was like, and what it's like now.
So the town I grew up in, Norristown, and it's probably like a lot of the towns here. By the way, I think I'm related to like 50% of the people in the room tonight.
At least.
But my whole family is here. My mom, my dad, my wonderful wife, Tanya, my kids, they're all back here. Hi guys, my cousins, they're all right around here. The whole Pasovics are here. By the way, Kamala Harris was talking this morning about, she was like, excuse me, Scamala Harris was talking about because she is a complete scam, the biggest scam that's ever perpetuated on the American people. And she's now said that she's got the endorsement of the Polish Catholics. And
she actually is, though. That's legit. Like, she is the biggest scam we have ever seen in our lifetime. Like, it's worse than Obama. Now, Obama's still probably going to go down as the single most damaging president, but that's because I don't believe Kamala is actually going to make it in. But the fact that she's even in this position, the fact that she's the Democratic nominee with literally no votes and no accomplishments at all, she's the biggest scam we have ever seen in politics.
Polish Americans of Pennsylvania. Well, I don't know if we have any polls in this room, but I'm not going to be voting for Kamala Harris, and none of my family is either. Is anyone in this room going to vote for Kamala Harris?
She really said I'm no expert.
She said that this morning, that the Polish Americans,
Polish Catholics are the least likely ever to vote for me. Is that what she said?
No, she said all the Polish Americans, and all Poles we pretty much only come on one flavor, Tucker. So that it's synonymous with Catholic. She said they're all going to be voting for me, and that's 800,000. And this was up on her Twitter,
I don't think so.
And up on her campaign, and I'm like. And I said, no, I don't think she has a chance of winning Polish Americans, but she's going to speak for us. So the town I grew up in was incredible. And, whatever, people want to think about me or want to say about me, I would trade everything that I have, not my family, but all like the material things that I have, if I could just have my town back. If I could just have my town back. Because to me, to be successful meant moving to a nicer part of my town. Or like a bigger house at the other end of the street. Like I didn't have any dreams of like being up on stage with Tucker Carlson or any of this stuff, and it was the kind of town where, my family comes from Poland, as I mentioned, and we've been in Norristown for 100+ years. And every single member of my family was baptized at the same church until my son, Jack, who's sitting out there. Jack, not too many video games. We had the same church. We pretty much lived in the same block. I grew up in the same house that my father grew up in when he was a little boy, because that's what you did. And the children that I played with were the kids of the children that my father played with and his father before. And your whole world was a couple of blocks. And and everybody knew everybody, and it was good. It wasn't the nicest place in the world. It wasn't the most fantastic. Nobody was ever writing, songs about it or anything, but it was a good place where honest, hardworking people could make a living, could go home and make enough for their families, and then go home and maybe catch an Eagles game after work.
I mean, I think you've described what most people want, actually. Most people don't dream of having helicopters. They dream of living where they grew up with the people they went to high school with, walking distance from their grandparents' graves. That's not too much to ask, is it?
My grandmom lived at the other end of the street, so we could go over to her house to go swimming. The school was within walking distance. It was all right there. And the library was in walking distance, and I used to go down to the library and read a lot. And my mom would let me go by myself when I got a little bit older, but then she stopped letting me go to the library by myself when the homeless people that kept being let in were stabbing each other in there. And this Montgomery County Public Library, go look it up, that this became a place for transients and vagrants And then all of a sudden, during the 1990s, Section 8 started coming in, and all the other federal programs started coming in. And then, oh yes, Norristown got turned into a sanctuary city. So after that, we got all the illegals that flooded over, destroyed the healthcare system, because they go where? They go to the emergency room for their healthcare. So I actually wrote a letter to the editor in the paper saying, we shouldn't do this because it's end of the 90s. There's I don't even know how old I was. And I said, we shouldn't do this because this is going to overload and overwhelm our healthcare system. And as I just mentioned, the hospital that I was born in is now a vacant lot next to a Planned Parenthood clinic. And look, that's whatever. That's my story. But that's not a unique story, Tucker.
No, it's not.
And I'm sure most
now?
of the people in this room either lived through something like this or know people who lived something like this. And what I have come to learn, that it's by politicians like Josh Shapiro and politicians like Joe Biden from Scranton and all the others who have done this to us, Tucker. This was done by design. People were taken for granted. Their lives were destroyed. Their communities were destroyed. And I do not have any explanation for it other than they serve death and they hate the people they're supposed to represent.
You know what strikes me about what you're saying, and it is such a familiar story, particularly.
I'm gonna stop it right there, just because I want to read some of these super chats that we have. I was not planning on going live tonight, so here we are with an emergency CobraCast, and I've got like a lot of super chats to read, and that's a problem because shockingly enough, sitting here and talking and getting people to send you money is not a hard job, even though Hassan Piker and other pathetic streamers try to tell you that this is a hard job. It's not a hard job, okay? It's not. It's the easiest job in the world because the people make it so. So screw whatever those streamers say, when they try to say it's a hard job. It's a hard job. It's not a hard job. It's the easy job. Let's see. Harley Dave says very well. So these are some of the earlier ones, though. So very well. Hey, Fig, how do you stay sane? Super chats. That's pretty much it. Super chats. That's the best way to do it right there. Just a reminder that I did retweet this, but Donald Trump has sent this tweet out confirming that the threats from Iran, they are real. So I that's what I responded with. So 0-3. So they tried again and they failed again. But we all need to understand, man, this shit's crazy, and it ain't going to get better. These next 43 days, make sure you're gonna follow me here on YouTube, but make sure you follow me on Twitter, Kick, and Rumble, because I'm going to be live on all of those platforms, and the notifications are good over there as well. So just make sure that you're following. 8 o'clock says, I just want to say, Jeremy, you're getting bold making us watch this shit. Also, would love to see how many of these celebs were on Diddy's VP list. Coley says, I miss being bullied by a nerd watching this shit. What's up, Coley? Michael Locke says, get a hold of Benny and do a spoof of this with Donald Trump and all of your buddies that love him. I will give super chat and you will be legends. I'm interested to see how the next couple of days are going to go for that. Let me go to my history and see what's the ratio on that video now. Right now, 10,000 up, 5,000 down. That is the ratio right now. 10,000 up, 5,000 down. So let's see if they let's see. Comment section seems to be relatively positive, so I don't know if they're deleting comments or not. But yeah, the comment section seems to be somewhat positive. So I guess we'll just have to see. Harley Dave says, it's time to get Scott Pressler on the stream. It's time to hell with these pieces of evil shit. They are paying these twat waffles hundreds of thousands of dollars to join the brainwashing. Hail the 199. Hail IDOT. Yes, Scott, I have talked to him a couple of times, and so hopefully we can work something out and get him on. That would be a lot of fun if we could get him in here. Since you brought up IDOT, Go over to 221B Tactical and get your IDOT t-shirt. They're only available until October 1st. This is the Halloween edition. You have the IDOT t-shirt or the hoodie, and you can get the combo and get both of them if you're interested. So just make sure you go over there. There it is right there. And I think it's a cool ass design. So there is the IDOT t-shirt. Let me pin your post right there, Eric K. So that's the link right there. So that's the limited edition IDOT t-shirt. So make sure you go over to 221B if you're interested, and you can get yourself that shirt. And they're only available for a limited time. So make sure you go check those out. Love Dogs for 20 says, I can't with these people. She has an IQ of 78. She can't handle a public interview. She had a teleprompter on the Oprah interview. God help us. Yes, you're 100% right. She did. And the woman can't answer basic questions, okay? Outlaw 4188 says the Kamala team knows she screwed my brother, a former Democrat, donated to Obama back in 2008. So he still gets emails asking for donations, and their most recent email was just titled Falling Behind. Hey, all right. Well, that's good information. And look, from what I've heard, their internal polling is not very good at all. Raven's Poetry says, I watch things like this almost 6 days a week because you have to learn their language to know what the F they are thinking. Same words, different dictionaries. Capitalism is the big evil to them. Thank you. I got that one earlier. Hate the fact that I have followed so many of these people for the longest time. They are not my heroes, but I loved the content they were making. Now I feel so smacked in the face. I don't know what to think. Trump 2024. Brock says, gay. Just says 100 and says gay. I think that sums up that stream we were reacting to. Jason Doolittle says, I'll never forgive you for this stream, Jeremy. Albert Not a Retro says, as somebody who grew up crushing on Linda Carter, seeing her on that side is heartbreaking. Vote for who you want, but there is something off with her mind to be stammering over herself like that. Yeah, that's why I was like, there's a couple ways to look at the Linda Carter thing. Like, number one, I don't know if there's something wrong with her, but number two, if there is something wrong with her, why is she in the position to host this massive fundraiser? She should have never been put in that position to begin with if there's something wrong with her. If there's not something wrong with her and she's just drunk, well, there you go. But that was not a good situation at all. Chris Swain says, this is so cringe. I'm going to have nightmares all week. These women look like total evil incarnate. The guys are gayer figs than you. What the hell? Vote Trump. Let's see. I got the Kira one. Thank you. Harley Dave, scale your channel. I got that one earlier. Thank you, Harley Dave. You've been mega supportive tonight, as always. You mad lad. Germified says, I need to book an appointment to a neurosurgeon after this. Mark of Reality says, no, they're not nerds and geeks. They're tourists, liars, and substandard academics. Muslim ban because Trump restricted immigration from Iran and Venezuela. Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. Shadow Sand says, get Gary in here. He needs to suffer too. He wasn't available. I asked him to pop in, but he wasn't available. Robert Broker says, it's like watching a train slowly derail. The cars just keep coming, and it's causing worse damage with each car. Hayden Wayne says, please stop. Please. He was begging me as he's begging me to stop. And now Hayden has downloaded the whole video because Hayden's going to make content on it because that's what grifters do, baby. What's up, Hayden Wayne? Tempo Slice says, Jesus Christ, these people are literally children, like not memeing or anything. They are literally developmentally challenged. I can't even laugh because it's so disgusting. Let's see. Harley Dave says, feels like the 40s when Democrats loved the fascist. Let's see. I don't know what that. Let's see. Good luck explaining to the big guy when he asked why you tortured over 2,000 peeps with this other insanity. Better put on a Mandela's diss track after this to soften the blow. All right, that's a good one right there. Let's see. There's Love Dog says, fight, fight, fight. The left is actively trying to turn our country into a third world. Communism is our enemy. Thank you, Love Dogs. Let's see. Corley says, what time did we get this torture session, Jeremy? Is it because we were too nice to Beardo on Tuesday night's main event? VHS Capture says, voting Trump. But have you thought about what you're going to do when Harris wins, chat? Honest question. 11 million illegals will vote Harris. Kinetic war is imminent. I mean, that's a chat question. I believe, I just believe Trump will win. I understand that people have concerns and your concerns are valid, but I just can't see a scenario where, I mean, if Trump doesn't win, we're fucked. That's the way I'm looking at it. So I just refuse to believe. I believe Donald Trump has been put in this position for a reason. I believe that he turned his head at the last second in Butler, Pennsylvania for a reason. I believe the Secret Service saw that second attempt for a reason. I feel like that they got ahead of this situation with Iran for a reason. I believe it's all happening for a reason. The Lady Boss 365 says, oh my God, my ears and my eyes will never be the same. All creatures from the dark black lagoon. Hail the 199 and you too, Jeremy. Thank you so much. Kelly R says, Linda beat all her kids. Linda Carter. I don't know any stories about her from then. Brock says he was in the lore. I did highlight that one earlier when the Lord of the Rings guy was up. Let's see. G2 Bryce says, I feel like Jeremy is homosexual for a reason. See, G2 Bryce, I can't tell if he's trolling or if he actually thinks it. You know what I mean? 8 o'clock says Middle Earth, a work written by an ultra-Catholic J.R.R. Tolkien. He would verbally combat you with this abortion worship. Yeah, when he started quoting like his character in Lord of the Rings, man, get the hell out of here. Harley Dave says, poll, do we wish to continue to listen to this garbage or do we listen to Tucker show with Alex Jones? See, you got a little bit of both, Harley Dave. Mama Amarada says, Jeremy, I have a few regrets in my life. Horror Amarada introducing me to you and Gary just jumped to the top of the list. I'm permanently scarred. Oh, that's a good one right there. Oh, that's good. I respect it. Kelly R says, Timber, Hollywood is going down. I pray. Diddy, spill your guts. AOE2 Freak, this guy is an embarrassment to Lord of the Rings, 100%. Mr. Friendly says, I'd rather donate to one of my favorite channels. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Hayden Wayne says we are using that quote to speak about Biden, Harris. Wild how they are delusional not to understand that they're the bad guys. They will understand it in November, baby. Gabriel Knight says donate to Early Vote Action and Turning Point USA to help Trump's get out the early vote effort and counteract these clowns. Also, make sure you get your friends and family who don't usually vote to get out and vote. Trump Vance 2024. 100%. 100%. Thank you, Gabriel Knight. Harley Dave says, panic, holy hell. Let's see. All these inclusive individuals are so fake and pathetic. Fig, take my money while I wait for the order of your IDOT merch bundle. Look at that, man. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Harley Dev also says, make sure you are registered to vote. 100%. Al Malone says, just heard some news that they are pulling 16 and 17-year-olds out of class and registering them to vote. We got parents with screenshots, but nothing super concrete. If true, this is how they cheat. Guess we'll have to do some more research on that one. 8 o'clock says K-pop fans are worse than Swifties. Alec Baldwin's finger. I didn't see this one earlier, man. I'm sorry. Low information activists telling low information people to vote. Scary indeed. Scary indeed, man. Hayden Wayne for 50 says they have like 10,000 bots, NPCs in the stream live. Also, Jeremy and Gary Camelot 331 exposed some money laundering happening on YouTube earlier this year where random super chats would be sent and live streams would be taken down. So there was no proof. Sus. Yeah, there's a lot of skeptical things going on from that perspective. Harley Dave says, I need a drink. Love you all, but holy shit, what the fuck is this? Harley Dave was losing it, man. He was like, Jeremy, I'm about to unsubscribe. This chick loves to train. Let's see. Spin Stu says their chat is slower than yours and they have like 8,000 more viewers. Yeah. Well, I specifically wasn't like going to bring up that it was a live stream because I don't want to send people to a live stream to do anything, because that is a violation of YouTube terms of service. So I would never I was just going to react to it, but I wasn't be like, hey, they're live. Because you guys know I don't support that at all, because that can get your channel in big trouble. Tinhead says, with all due respect to the snake pit, but what the fuck are we watching, Jeremy? Let's see here. Gordo Fabulous says Article 1, Section 8 to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and investors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries, actual accomplishments, not by funding fantasy. Fuck Bill Nye. Let's see. Thank you. I appreciate that. 8 o'clock says, we're all Haitian today. You eat cats. Thank you. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot says, Jeremy, they already stole the rainbows. Don't let them steal geeks and nerds too. You need to stand up and claim this ish, you nerd. Haha. We're the geeks and nerds. They're just gay. Yeah, I was waiting for one of them to slip up and say geeks and gamers. That would have been funny as hell, actually. 8 o'clock says, these are the people who killed Star Wars, Marvel, DC, Star Trek, Terminator, Alien, etc. These people are the ones who have driven away so many to anime and manga. I love anime and manga, but it would also be nice to have our own American heroes. That's why Geeks and Gamers exist, man, to call this bullshit out and stand against it. Let's see here. VHS Capture says, as a former globalist enforcer, you know what's crazy. These modern liberals are the first to taste the tip of the sword when it all collapses. These people don't know how to hunt or farm, yet support the downfall of our empire. Rome 2.0. Thank you for the super chat. Nas says, those are some professional long corn eating head bobs. I'm watching from these clowns, except Tim. He ain't found shit. Eric says, oh my God, this is still going. Buster Nut Smash says, this is like watching a trans surgery documentary. I don't want to watch, but I can't look away. Look at Dermy Wormy. Dermy Wormy was mad at me. He was all trying to cancel me on Twitter. You know, like, what the fuck, man? Look, we've already got your cancel campaign going on, Dermy Wormy. Harley Dave says, Jeremy, I hate you and I hate this, but I cannot stop watching. For that, I hate you more. Why can we not be better than this? We are IDOT. We are spectacular. Junker says, been a Star Trek fan since I was a kid. This is the first time I've been embarrassed about it. I hear you, brother. I hear you. John Underwood, what's up, Stone Cold Underwood in the house? What the heck have they done to my Star Trek? What the heck have they done to my Star Trek? Hadn't seen you in a while, man. Good to see you. Harley Dave says, someone should probably tell these betas that it's called science fiction. Ada B says, so the Geeks and Nerds for Harris podcast has an ASL person, and what? Sinead O'Connor? What the fuck is this, bro? Sip of water for the working man and the woman. 16-ounce ribeye says, I was bullied for being socially awkward, so I'm voting for a woman. Give me your money. Jimmy Ray says, they're claiming the non-monetized channels with 20,000 subs had 10,000 people watching the stream and raised $500,000. Serious doubt. 100%. VHS Capture says, that Harris Oprah interview actually made me feel so uncomfortable. Chat, let me tell you that I have never cringed so hard in my life since watching Michael Scott in The Office. Even this stream is hurting my eyes. My eyes. Yeah, the Oprah Kamala interview, that did not go the way they wanted it. It absolutely did not. Madney says, Jeremy, why are you so cruel to us? Because you love us. ABF Prime for the proper 199. Thank you. Tomax says, as Senator Armstrong once said, fuck the media. Laughing man, I am not going to ignore your super chat. I did highlight it. I wish I could play the Ripa thing. It's not letting me though. I don't know why. Let's see if I can. I'm going to try one more time, but every time I try to full screen it from my inbox on Twitter, it just doesn't work. So I need Hailstorm to send me the actual clip. Let's see if it works this time. We're going to try it. Okay. We're going to try it. See, every fucking time. So we're just going to go through this inbox. You guys can just look at my fucking inbox with Hailstorm. All it is a bunch of bullshit about Trump anyway, he sends. So, and I'm going to try to go full screen again. Okay. and we're going to see what happens. Okay. So watch what happens. Okay. I go full screen to play it, and it just won't fucking do it because it's stupid. So I can't do it. Twitter's fucking retarded. So, and I can't download the fucking video from the Twitter inbox. I don't understand it. So Messenger, I can download stuff, but I can't download stuff from a Twitter inbox. So it's retarded. It's really aggravating. So my apologies. And I don't have it in my video clips here, so I can't download it from anywhere. For $500, I'd find a way. God damn it. I'm just going to call Hailstorm. I don't give a fuck what time it is. I'm just going to call him. I'm going to tell him we got $500 on the line, bro. I'm just calling him. I don't care what time it is. Fuck it. I don't give a shit if you sleep. Are you asleep? Okay. Fuck you then. All right, listen. I'm live right now on CobraCast. Oh, you're live? Fuck. I'm sorry. All right, listen. Do you have the $500 Ripple clip? I can't download it or play it from Twitter inbox. Can you send it to me on Messenger or some shit? That's all I need when you get time. Okay. All right. Bye. He's live right now. So listen, man. Laughing man, you're getting your money's worth. Okay. Laughing man, you're getting your money's worth. Okay. You got me calling my peeps up, cussing them out. Listen, man, you never know what you're going to get on a damn CobraCast. Okay. You never know. So who knows? Okay. I don't know, but let's see, open this up. Okay. And let me open Messenger, Hailstorm. All right. And open in Messenger. All right. Hopefully he'll send it to me on Messenger and then we'll be good to go. So we'll be good to go from there. We'll see. Okay. Back to this while I read some more supers because we're waiting for that laughing man with a $500 super chat and says nothing. Says nothing. Okay. We're going to get the Ripple clip. Don't worry. We're going to get the Ripple clip. All right. Mexicans. I got that one earlier. Thank you for the 50. 8 o'clock. I got that one for earlier for the $10 super chat about clipping YouTube out. Linko Kenobi says this is so messed up. Damn you, Gary. LOL. Linda Carter is a drunk. Hail Cobra Trump 2024 199. Absolutely. What's up, Linko? How you doing? Hazel Eye says, all right, Linda, here's my donation to Jeremy. See there? You guys are great. You guys are great. I mean, I appreciate her helping me grift. Tinhead says, Jeremy, can't believe it's not parody, but I still can't believe it's not butter. Harley Dave says, there has never been a time in our lives where the political opposition creates a propagandist machine beyond right at this point. Trump will win, but it's up to us to make sure it happens. You've all got to fight 100%. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Let's see. Oh my God, Jeremy. Oh, I got this one earlier. Linda Carter. I'm Wonder Woman every year. Now this Halloween, I'm burning the costume in my front yard. See what you've done, Linda Carter? You done pissed off people that liked you, supported you. Okay. I mean, that's just where we're at. It's absolutely ridiculous. Drew and Charlie says the Las Vegas shooter's brother also had a shitload of CP on his porn. The charges disappeared soon after the shooter accepted his sentence and didn't rat on the agencies. So there you go. There you go. Why is Hailstorm? You got to send it to me on Facebook. He didn't listen to me. Won't play on here. All right, so let's see. He's got to send it to me on Facebook. All right, he's got to send it to me on Facebook. But yeah, I mean, the Vegas situation. Who was that brought that up the other day? Somebody brought that up in a conversation. We were watching something. Hailstorm says, "Quit yelling at me." What's up, Hailstorm? Listen, man. $500 super chat. You gotta make sure that the people get what they pay for. You know what I mean? So we're here to make sure we get the Rippa clip. I'm downloading that Rippa clip and putting it in StreamYards for future I was gonna say representation for future references. Okay. Jeremy abuses his staff, confirmed. Fuck yeah, I do. Fuck yeah. I mean, who wouldn't? Darth Racer for 20 says the past few months, Tucker has some ridiculous takes on World War II history. Plus, he's too cozy with Putin. Not that Zelensky is any better. When Tucker talks about drugs and the border, listen to him, but not anything else. Well, when Tucker talks about America is what I think is the best. So when he's talking about America, he's pretty much spot on. And that's been my takeaway from the whole thing. Andrew CR says geeks and gamers for Harris. Davish says take a swig for the working man. Of course, let's do it right now. Let's see. Nandy says geeks and gamers. Geeks for geeks and gamers. MAGA 2024. Let's see here. Let me see. Hang on. Trying to get this. All right, there we go. Still working with Hailstorm trying to get the files. Alex Jones says, I don't, Jeremy, think, let's see. Jeremy, they've convinced me I'm dropping all support for Trump and going to Geeks and Nerds for Harris. Dale, Alex, I'm sure you'll be back, buddy. I'm sure you'll be back. Nathan C says, who is the black woman on the top left corner? WTF. Pixel Shark says, geeks are cheap and they sail the pirate seas. LOL. Who thought this was a viable plan? Buster Nut Smash says, is that a booger in the right upper right? Archer Blade says, Jeremy, organize a parody of this. Mugsican says, these are all cast and guests from Supernatural. Then God showed, thank God that show is over and done with. Also, the son of Florida shooter was arrested. Oh, yeah, I got that one earlier. I never finished Supernatural. Supernatural started getting very, like, how many seasons of Supernatural was there? Like 14 or some shit like that. How many seasons of Supernatural? I got through like 4 or 5 seasons. Now, the first like season was like Monster of the Week, and it was fantastic. I thought it was great. But like it just got, I just couldn't keep watching the show, man. 15? Good Lord. Slain Hope says, get Donald Trump Jr. on Cobra Cast. VJ the Vigilant says, they truly are geeks and gamers. Let's see where that's at. Nash says, we need to do a Geeks and Nerds for Trump show the world that we exist. Sean Living Life says, I'm repping the nerdy. I'm not even gonna read it. So all right, looks like Hailstorm's getting this clip for me. So let's see. Are we gonna be able to get this clip finally? A lot of work. Technically, it's my fault, though. Technically, it's my fault. So download anyway, and we'll see if we can get it. All right. Did it download? All right. Download. Okay. We'll get it at some point. We'll figure this out at some point. All right. I think we finally got it. Are y'all ready? It took long enough. But we are ready. Here we go. Here we go.
And this is how much it was. $500 donation. You know what he says? Nothing. Drops $500 on the table. Looks over at everybody at the poker table. Dropped it on there. Moonwalked right out of the saloon, double doors. Didn't say anything. Spurs on his boots. Couple holstered handguns. Cowboy hat. Thick mustache. dropped the money on the table, looked at everybody square in their eye, and just moonwalked right out of the saloon double door. Didn't say shit. Didn't say anything. No message there. Didn't say jack shit. And you have to be a cocky son of a bitch. First and foremost, that's not cheap. You got to be a cocky son of a bitch to drop $500 and just bounce the fuck out of there. Don't say nothing. I respect that.
Oh man, it's so good. It's so good. Let's see. Let's get back to that. And boom. So thank you, Laughing Man, for the $500 super chat. I respect that. I definitely respect that. And now I will officially upload it. Now I officially have it. Okay, I officially have it.
And this is how much it was. $500 donation.
Have it now. I have it saved in the StreamYard, so we're good. There won't be any more of this. So not only, Laughing Man, did you get your money's worth, we now have it solidified for future donations. All right. And I respect that. I respect that. So there you go. All right. 8 o'clock says, tell these geeks Boogie is probably voting like them. They are not on the right side of history. Jake Stanley says, I just realized who I'm seeing. This hurts. The main cast from my favorite show of all time. Fuck. Slain Hope says, pure projection. They gaslight with a flamethrower. Nathan C says, why the hell is Cory Booker there? Slain Hope says, looks like boots are back on the menu, soy boys. Yasuke says, is all these people, let's see, is all these people have hated Trump and Kamala are vegan? Papa OB1 says, for Jensen Ackles, didn't the quartering say that we should embrace for incoming Harris endorsements for some specific reason? Yes, he did say that. I pulled that tweet up. McCock says, if they do phone calls, I'll be there. Let's see. You have to do something similar, Jeremy. A few people have said that. GT Price says, George too gay, Jeremy's homosexual idol. Yeah, GT Price thinks I'm legitimately thinks I'm gay. I think so. Slain Hope says fake nerd have no merch behind them. Sulu is a fig. CD Stein says, Jeremy, you should reach out to Matthew Marsden. He's a huge advocate for the right, reaching out to pop culture community. He's a Blaze regular. I know Matthew. We've met in person a few times actually. When I was in Dallas for the like FNT meetups and stuff. Archer Blade says, Takei simping for the party that interned him. Let's see. Jake Stanley says, you're relieved, Mr. Sulu. Slain Hope says, vote blue no matter what they do. What a joke. Same Millennial says, I hope P. Diddy comes out next from his prison cell to endorse Harris to cement the kind of people who are behind her. Pedo Wood. Flag Ninja says, what the fuck is this cringe? Love Dog says, God help us and save America. Slain Hope says, what did we do to deserve this and why do you hate us? Alex Jones, this is beyond desperation. This is the death rattle. Platonic Guardian says, get nerdrotic and drunk, the fellowship for Trump. Flag Ninja says, somehow Jeremy found people gayer than him. Cringe. Charlie Thompson says, the soy's over 9,000. Wolfman with 10 gifted memberships. Let's go. Slain Hope says, I can't take it. No, I'm not even gonna fucking you can't say that shit. I can't say those. I can't say that. They're doing it again. Actually, it was their boy Fauci that fired people. Final Halo says, Jeremy, this is cruel and unusual punishment. Pippi becomes a new member. Thank you. Appreciate that. Pixel Shark says, when Trump wins, I demand you watch this again. I like your thinking. When Trump wins, we watch that disaster all over again. Oh, that's a good idea. Can you imagine how it will feel watching that after Trump wins? That would be fantastic, actually. Yeah. Oh, there would be so much joy, Jessica. It would be so much joy watching that. Oh, man, it would be great. Brian Doyle says, please make it stop. Slain Hope says, BLM bread lines matter. T-Mac Gaming says this can't be real. I refuse to believe it. Flag Ninja says, Jeremy, why do you hate us by making us watch this? Colonel Flom says, I can smell the cat piss and barefoot wine from here. Papa Bio says, is this real life? Troy News says, yo, I'm here at 7:21 PST. What's the emergency? I think you saw it. Let's see. Shadow Saiyan says, Jeremy, the more you make us watch this, the more friendly. Stop. Black Tiger says, watching this, I'm starting to understand bullying. Red Walker says, what's worse, this or a Kamala's hyena mode? Andrew Sierra says, the dude unlocked the superpower of driving a minivan, offering candy to little kids. Raven Black Sparrow says, I'm revoking my childhood crush on Linda Carter. McCock says, my superpower is having long, thick hair and a cocktail to match it. Slaying Hope says, no criticism of Trump policies, just he's Hitler. Brown Geisha says, Tuesday night's main event is 9,001 times more entertaining. Tired Retro Gamer says, so how many Diddy tapes are these people on? William says, these people have no self-awareness. Holy shit. Flag Ninja says, lawyers help hand down BS Trump indictments. Alan Green says, this is brain rot. Trump 2024 registered in PA. Timefire 199 says, this is pure hell. Pippi says, say no to drugs, kids. She has to be on something. Lord Botha says, she's more Kamala than Kamala. Sean Living Life says, seems like she's having a Biden breakdown. Is it Xanrax? Wait, I don't know how to say it. The last 10 years, 2024 especially, has been a case of never meet your heroes. Absolutely ridiculous. As Jesse Lee Peterson says, amazing. Black Tiger says, who else reminded of Biden when Linda Carter talks? Me. JL23 says, Jeremy, why do you hate us? Also, Linda is high. Mara Millen says, no tough is colonoscopy with numbing agent. This is torture. Nandy says, after that, I've decided to accept Beardo for his faults. Ryan Guy says, my AIDS just got cancer. Thanks, Jeremy. John Go says, this song won the election for Trump. Exactly says, what the fuck is this? Silliest Goose says, okay, I'm convinced these weirdos lost a bet. Divine Matrix says, OMG, they'll never live this down. MWV Dragon, we are officially all more stupid after this. Troy News says, is this Geeks and Nerds for Harris or Special Olympics for Harris? Chris Swain says, delete me now. Yasuke says, Jeremy hates us. I got a lot of that tonight. MC Martin says, they are just embarrassing themselves now. Andy Plays Game says, oh my God. Bryce Martin says, I think I've got cancer from that. Ryan Guy says, my ears. The Copper Owl says, the DNC is a corpse from a Weekend at Bernie's 2. Samus Aran says, I have died of cringe. Brown Gaijin, I know I've never said anything bad about Dan Bass, but I have the urge to apologize to him. Cyberhunk Return says, I will never forgive you for this. Exactly says, I'm spamming their chat and I was timed out. Duck them. Divine Matrix, if you weren't voting for Trump, you are now. Icon Bearer says, my brain hurts so bad. John Goat says, Linda Carter used to be hot and sane. Grant Potato says, Jeremy, please get off this shit before most of us viewers need to be put down. As Beardo says, what are we doing here? Colonel Flum says, I'll never mentally recover from this, Jeremy. Felipe says, this thing is doing very poor favor for Kamala. What a disaster. We are going to win. OMG. Jorge says, when did 2024 become the stupid kids show of 1984? CD Stein says, Gary needs to go back to prison for telling you about this. It's holy shit. Holy shit. All right, that was brutal, bro. That was brutal. Crowd guy just says, this is pure 1-800 danky material. Pixel Shark says, literally putting $5 of hard-earned money to bet that they don't hit their goal. Black Tiger says, that song is a hate crime. This is Big Bang Theory. We Too Dumb says, can't stand this. Goodbye. Roger that. I know now we're 100% on the right side of history. Zeke the Wise says, Jeremy, we need a Sydney Sweeney now. Albert Not a Retro says, by the way, I emailed you a link to that Arn Anderson live stream. I really can't believe this Linda Carter is a screw up. Let's see. It's heartbreaking. Eric K says, these people dipped into the Diddy Party drugs. Grand Potato says, how many drugs has that woman taken? All of them. How much has she had to drink? One question. Why is all the rum gone? Udaman says, there's help out there for the 199. Just dial 988. Slain Hope says, Social Security is paid by the youth you keep killing. Objectively, Cat says, and now for the discussion of Social Security, including a senator from a state that's robbing Social Security blind for years. McCox says, this is Gary's fault. He has to be here. Albert, not a retro. I hope Linda's kids see this and get help. Let's see. Grand Potato says, dude, I'd rather watch a flat earther. Lord Botha says, we definitely are on the right side of history. Albert, not a retro, says, I'm going to go watch my Wonder Woman DVDs and remember better times. I can't watch this anymore. Sorry, Jeremy. Canuck for Trump. Let's see, 2024. Yeah, no, I totally understand. I do. Shadow Sand says, Jeremy, I'm trying to build a PC, but now I'm starting to bang my head against the wall. Stream Hero says, what's the like to dislike ratio looking like? Last I looked, it was 10 and 10,000 up, 5,000 down. Same Millennial says, Jeremy, please buy a website name closest to theirs with one letter off or com instead of org, then have it redirect to a Trump donation page. Not a bad idea. Dirtbike says, every bit of this cringe casserole helps Trump win. I'm not saying any of that. Mr. Zero says, this is making me mad as a proud nerd, Trekkie, and space fanatic. I despise the fact that the skanky cow is using what I love as the BS to people for money. MC Martin says, MSNBC elite the gray on the Diddy list. Ellie the gray. Eric K says, this guy is Gandalf the gay. Metal Muggin says Gandalf the black. The Abysmal Critic says, F you for making me aware that this exists. I hate this so much. Xenomancer says, Netflix Gandalf supports didn't earn it candidate. Daniel Craven says, they have to see everything through the fantasy because they have the mind of a child. Nullface says, you Gandalf the God damn, y'all. Sean Living Life says, we need God. I can't say half these fucking chats. Slain Hope says, he called the second one ring, cast it into fire. They're doing it again. Turn these tards off, please, for the love of God. Foosball fan Tim Walls has a tiny peen. Slain Hope says, this is a communist rally. We can't lose to this. Jeremy's eyebrow says, might as well waterboard the whole chat next time. Foosball fan says, oh, that's not Tim Walls. McCox says, I'm on self-game Overwatch now. Nick Hudson says, my superpowers will be separating Sean here from Sam the next time I see Lord of the Rings. Torchwood Gal says, and the Democratic Party wonder why they lost. John Goat says, passing shadow, Biden and Harris are in power. Raven Black Sparrow says, bet none of this money makes it to the campaign. Nullface says, take Mr. Frodo's name out of your mouth. Slain Hope says, they are getting paid for this. 80 the Demon Slayer says, so this is what lurks on the other side of the glory hole. CJ says, yo, we don't claim that Kevin dude. The Tim K says, tailgaters for Trump get stickers and ideas. VHS Capture. Most of the Lord of the Rings cast are a bunch of pansies, or pussies or pansies. Even, let's see. Omer is a IRL. Yeah, you're trying to censor words and it's hard to read them all. Let's see. Backsplash on the ball says, I hate everything about all of this. Grand Potato, or no. John Goat says, get Gary on here as punishment. Grand Potato says, there is not enough brain bleach in the world. Kelly Art says, 4 years ago it was Zuck Bucks. Now it's Zelensky's Bucks paying all these posers. Zach Attack says, I got timed out on the Geeks for Harris channel. Wasn't being mean, just don't like facts. They just don't like facts. Right? The guy says, I don't know what's worse, watching this or receiving an enema from Edward Scissorhands. At this point, I'd take chances with Eddie. Slain Hope says, this is so bad that you should donate all his nice super chats to Trump, unless you want to profit off the suffering you caused to chat. Alex Channel says, and they say MAGA supporters are weird. Eric K says, how has the human race survived this long and these people on Earth? Biker Angelo says, Linda makes Kamala seem sober. Sig Tread says, this is content gold. Archer Blade says, Earth is overrated. Rye the Guy says, Linda will be playing Nancy Pelosi in a biopic. Grand Potato says, I'd rather watch Beardo straighten bananas. Good Lord. Yu-Gi-Oh says, this is so gay, it makes you look straight, Jeremy. Biker Angelo says, this is what leg day is like for Beardo. Zan Zoltan says, Jeremy, do you hate us? Why do you need to see this cringe to suffer? Democrats never change. This is a shit show, bruh. But I can't stop seeing. I know this is not more than a buck, but it's good to say MAGA Trump 2024 Mage and the 199. Thank you, brother. Lord Botha says, we need Ryan to see the Star Wars bit. Gen X Cynic says, this makes me want to watch reruns of the Jerry Lewis telethon from the early 80s. Goody says, they really need two people doing sign language. Germified says, I will never forgive you for exposing this to me. Coaly says, Haitian gets up in arms eating cats and eating dogs jokes. Asians been getting that joke for years. What a bunch of fussy. Eric K, that was written for Jeremy by Jessica Lindstrom. Zach says, just scanned in and the amount of gay in the screen is astronomical. Jeremy accounts for 90% of it, though. Hell, chat. Goody says, they're actors, Jeremy, and actors are nothing without a script. Clutch City fan gifted a membership. Thank you. Maddening says, stopping by. What horrors are we enduring here? Jeremy Wormy says, Jeremy might be from Alabama, but the earth is from Georgia. McCock says, Captain Kirk, I'm going to have sex with this alien. Yo Pop says, you say blame Gary, but Gary was right, though. Look at the viewers. You should be thanking Gary, Jeremy. Kelly R says, I hope this isn't a 24-hour marathon. Brodemus Prime says, don't blame Gary for your Democratic simping. Grand Potato says, Stacey Abrams, that's a huge ouch. Ministry of Wrong Things says, red shirts for Harris. Nagranal becomes a new member. Flag Ninja says, they are actors. Their political opinions mean nothing to me. Maddening says, shouldn't he be reading rainbows somewhere? Packing Proton says, Jonathan Franks doesn't believe a bit of it. He has to stall a second to think of what he's going to say. They are not geeks, they are frauds. Zan Zoltan says, this is the longest and best ad I have ever seen for Trump this year. Hail the 199 MAGA Trump 2024. Scruffy looking nerf herder says, is this real life? Eric K says, we are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic, you morons. Demogenize says, the fuck did I wake up to? That's been implanted. Sleepy is still the prez. She has not taken oath, yet has taken the forefront. A true threat to democracy. Joe the Bard says, seeing Samwad's Gamgee campaign as Sauron has been one of the most painful things I've ever had to witness. Hail the return of the MAGA King. Let's see here. Black Tiger says, Discovery's not Star Trek. FYI, Starfleet was exclusive. Not everyone got in. They had standards. Kamala held evidence about an innocent man on death row. Black Tiger says, in the words of Jean-Luc Picard, shut up, Wesley. Eric K says, some of these celebrities must be part of the Diddy tapes or involved in a shit show. Stevie I Am says, I like you, Jay, but F you for this. Darth Gavel says, Trump for FNT. Torchwood Gal says, OMG, is this what an aneurysm feels like? Joe C says, if anybody has ever watched RoboCop 2, this DNC telethon is exactly the telethon the mayor of Detroit was doing to raise money. Cecil Simulation says, my dad is a Frank's lookalike, and he's not even there. VHS Capture says, because I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby, because I'm just a teenage dirtbag. John Carter says, we may need a Brie Larson's feet palette cleanser. Stream Hero says, this is so cringe. Can we bring bullying back? Seriously, maybe make bullies great again. Everybody listening to this has brain cancer now. My God bless us all. Brown Gaijin says, that's not Linda Carter. That's Kyle Dunnigan doing a skit with a really good deep fake. Chalk Smack says, you can't call yourself Earth heroes when none of you live on Earth. The Flame says, I just sent a comment to their channel to vote Trump 2024, and it started a bit of a bloodbath. A love from the UK. Flag Ninja says, go home, Linda, you're drunk. Alan Tanasi says, I was hoping for an I.199 CobraCast tonight. Hail. Bragic becomes a new member. Thank you. Gerald Armstrong says, donate. Torchwood Gal says, Linda, honey, lay off the sauce. By the way, I was proud to be under my dad's rule. He was a badass war veteran who raised me. Braid Zone says, Linda was drunk as fuck. Grand Potato says, I bet you're raising more money than them. Fixie Clary says, I've seen public access TV stuff that was better than this. Fantastic Snock says, what the hell was that? That was cringe. Fantastic Mr. Knox says Hamill looks drunk and coked up. Nick Hudson says, what am I watching? My mom or my man, I have never experienced such cringe. That was brutal. Trump should run an unedited its campaign ads. Bring on November. Fantastic Mr. Knox says she would be great as Nancy Pelosi, strokes and all. Eric says Jeremy gay still. Shadow saying Henry Cavill for the girls and Sweeney for the guys, but you still need to pay Jeremy. Tech Wizard says apparently the Acolyte cost $230 million, just broke. Fantastic Mr. Knox says, oh hey, another Democrat supporter who got caught with child naughty material. Dems sure know how to pick them. Harley Dave says, can we mute the fig on the left of the screen? Would that be me? Would that be me? That's really, really normal for CobraCast. Just Mike says the ERA girl bottom left called it on Steam, called it STEM or Steam, not STEM. Kimba says Kamala is supposed to be running the country at the moment. Why can anyone expect change? OMG, she is so awful. Internet guy says, love you, brother. Keep it up. Alan Tenassi says the Krig is an IDOT. Hail to him. They're doing it again, says Jeremy is not Twitter video, it's your browser. Slain Hope says, light the beard signal. Foosball fan says Josh Shapiro is short. Harley Dave says, now you know, love ya, brother. Harley Dave says, it gets better. The world will wake up by hell or high water. Savvy's Bean says, y'all are working overtime tonight. War Wizard says, I appreciate you entertaining us insomniacs. Samu Rai says, I was there tonight with Tucker and Roseanne, Moms for Trump. Savvy's Bean says, Lindsey Graham's and Shapiro's country got to Trump. We are cooked. GG y'all. Foosball fan says, Jack Cuck. Larry Loveridge says, Wonder Woman, your posters are on my wall, have my earliest faps. How can you do this to me? Mouse Potato says, there you go, you scav. That's all you're getting. That's after you told me you were going to give me shit. Thank you, man. Bender Poppy says, let's see. Glenn ended up beating Norwood 81-70. 81-76. It was still a good day at the grand finale. Also, hopefully Trump will best Kamala high risks on November 5th. Trump 2024 199 scan in IDOT. Thank you for the super chat. Harley Dave says, Hell chat 199 Hell IDOT back to prison for Gary. God damn y'all. Out of pieces. That podcast looks like it drove its kids into a lake in 1986. Elena Walker says, I heard you died. I'm intrigued. Here for a $5 while I go back to the beginning of this stream because Abish needs to see the train wreck. Foosball fan says, this is the best comment section ever, period. Predon Corpse says, I know everybody's eyes are burning from watching that garbage, but I thought it was hilarious. Plus, you kept watching it, which trolled the chat. Respect you, you homosexual man. Harley Dave says, let's keep it moving. Shane says, I love Geeks and Gamers content. Thanks, Jeremy, for your channel. Got me through some tough times. Beardo's RFK voice is fire. Can someone create a Beardo F. Kennedy alt account like Tardo and just troll Jeremy and the cast? It really is fantastic. Beardo's Kennedy is phenomenal. It really is. Great Liquor is for 20 on Rumble says so cringe, but content gold. Absolutely. Vault 95 says all of those so-called geeks and nerds look like prisoners. They're all old as fuck. Pensioners, I'm sorry. Mara Millen says, people throw money at Jeremy. Jeremy replies by torturing them with this. This is Stockholm Syndrome. Folsom Lockdown says, is this in response to the Diddy Diddler list? So many pieces of shit. They've all been blackmailed already. Folsom says, Gary, you can suck George Takei's shit-stained dick for this. Vault 95. RFK has a younger, more vibrant voice than most of these geeks and nerds for Harris. Vault 95 says the quartering called it. Now the Diddy blackmail tapes have been confiscated. You will see a sudden flood of celebrity endorsements for Harris. Lord of the Ree says, if it's so important, then why do all of your mics sound like AIDS? She looks like she used up divorced wine mom who tries to sleep with her son's friend. She looks like a wish.com Nikki Haley. And then Bronson says, these rich mofos are telling us they need our money. You got to be kidding me. Good night, my albino Alabama magical friend. And Gung-Ho Max says, on a second thought, rewriting Ripley and Star Wars Explained were right. You and Gary must be stopped to restart the cancel campaign. Grand Potato says, okay, everyone, on Friday we need to be relentless with Gary on FNT. No quarter, no mercy. And that's it. We're done. I got daily tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. Who's going to be on daily with me? You're going to have to tune in to find out. All right? I don't even know what's going on in pop culture outside of this shit show. All right? But you guys are awesome. I do appreciate it. We are at the end of the road. And we're at how long of a stream was this? How long of a stream has this been? This is like a 4-hour stream, right? 4.5 hours? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. 4 hours, no problem at all. And we got the Trump response right there. So 3-0 for Trump. It was cringe. It was tough. It sucked, but we are at the end of it. So I'm going to call it. I got to get ready for Geeks and Gamers Daily in the morning. So we got that going on. And then another CobraCast tomorrow night. All right. So another CobraCast is happening tomorrow night. Am I in the path of the hurricane? Not according to the latest. Well, again, I haven't looked at it since before Tuesday night's main event started. So that was obviously several hours ago. But I think it's going to hit more so like Tallahassee, which is about 2 or 3 hours, to the east of me. So it doesn't appear that I'm in the line of the storm, but it could turn. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. But thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. I love all of you. I appreciate all of you. I'm going to get some sleep. And then I got Geeks and Gamers Daily in the morning. You guys have a great night. Love you, chat. Trump 2024. Thank you for the super chats. Laughing Man, you mad lad. Harley Dave, the rest of you, insane. I don't know why you guys support me the way you do, but I greatly do appreciate it. And I guess I'll just leave you with this one more time, and then we'll call it a night. Love you all. Have a great night. We'll talk to all of you later.
Should I do it?
Do not come.
I'm gonna do it.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.